In this video, we're going to be taking a look at a version of Bart Simpson you were never really meant to see. Let's begin. For most of us, Bart lives in a kind of safe, glowing half-memory. The slingshot in his back pocket, the skateboard scraping across the pavement, the chalkboard gags, the catchphrases that feel as light as the theme song itself. He is the brat, anagram-made flesh, a marketable little streak of chaos who moonwalks out of trouble by the end of every episode, protected by bright colors, canned laughter, and the unspoken rule that nothing in Springfield can ever hurt for too long. We remember the prank calls to Mo as harmless wordplay, the frog smuggled into Australia as a goofy international misunderstanding, the bullying of Skinner as a cartoon exaggeration of every kid's fantasy about getting back at authority. And on the surface, it all feels distant, impossible, like the weightless logic of a Saturday morning dream. But in this video, we're not treating Bart as comic relief. We're going to be treating him as a long-running psychological case study, a child whose worst impulses and deepest wounds have been quietly documented across decades of television, then disguised as jokes. According to this theory, the show has been telling us something far more disturbing about his mind, not through a single dramatic twist, but through a slow accumulation of moments that most viewers never fully connect. This theory suggests that Bart's chaos is not random. Instead, it forms a pattern of escalating mischief, cruelty, guilt, and self-destruction that the series keeps circling back to, especially in the early seasons, in alternate futures, and in the rare episodes where the reset button does not quite erase what happened. When examining his timeline as one continuous life rather than disconnected gags, the evidence becomes clear. We are watching a boy who starts by tormenting teachers and prank-calling bartenders, and ends up ruining careers, sabotaging his sister's future, and glimpsing himself as a washed-up criminal in multiple possible realities. We'll be moving through several layers of that darkness. First, the early chaos-era pranks that cross from mischief into genuine cruelty. Then, the emotional neglect and resentment inside the Simpson family home, where Homer's rage and Marge's exhaustion create a background hum of damage that Bart absorbs and reflects. From there, we'll look at the episodes where he causes real harm and has to live with it, and then finally, the bleak alternate futures and Halloween segments that hint at where this path actually leads if the jokes ever stop. Most telling is how the series presents all of this through bright, looping storytelling that resets each week, while the real-world implications never reset at all. A child who bullied this consistently, who delighted in others' pain, who kept doubling down despite punishment, would be flagged for serious behavioral disorders, potential sociopathic traits, or trauma responses long before high school. This mirrors how Springfield itself turns ongoing catastrophe into background noise. The nuclear plant leaks, the environmental poisoning, the casual child endangerment, all rendered as colorful wallpaper behind the punchlines. This theory suggests the writers are quietly aware of how dark Bart really is, and that they let the mask slip in specific episodes, tucking heavy psychological beats into what look like throwaway gags or non-canon horror. So we're going to take a slow, methodical walk through his life, from the earliest seasons to his most haunting futures, treating each moment like a piece of a case file, building toward a larger conclusion about who Bart actually becomes. And to start, we'll go back to one of his first, often overlooked acts of cruelty in the early years, a scene most people remember as a joke, but which, on rewatch, doesn't feel funny at all. Springfield's favorite menace, the myth of harmless Bart. That scene only lands as a joke because of who we have been told Bart is supposed to be. Before we examine what he does, we have to look at the myth that wraps around him like armor. In the early 90s, a Bart wasn't just a character. He was a phenomenon. His name is an anagram of brat, and merchandising leaned into that with almost surgical precision. T-shirts screaming, "Underachiever and proud of it, man." Posters of him mooning authority. Catchphrases like, "Don't have a cow, man," and "Eat my shorts," repeated until they stopped sounding like defiance and started sounding like a logo. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how that branding quietly trained us to file Bart under safe mischief, a marketable rebellion parents could roll their eyes at while still buying the lunchbox. Once that frame is in place, the evidence becomes clear. When examining his behavior, we tend to see prank, where, in a different context, we might see harassment, cruelty, or escalating risk. And if the entire culture assures you Bart is a lovable scamp, you are already primed to forgive him before the episode even starts, to assume that whatever happens will bounce off Springfield's rubber reality without leaving a mark on anyone's mind. The show's structure reinforces that sedation. Each episode resets. No report card follows him to the next week. No broken trust lingers longer than a closing joke. The bright, saturated yellows, the rounded character designs, the constant rhythm of gags around him function like narrative sedatives, smoothing over the impact of what he actually does. Bart can destroy property, humiliate adults, or push another child to tears, and by the final scene, the family is back on the couch, the damage dissolved into the static of the closing credits. As this mirrors how a dream erases its own sharpest edges the moment we wake up. According to this theory, Bart benefits from a kind of cartoon immunity. In a live-action drama, repeated vandalism, chronic lying, and dangerous stunts would read as a serious behavioral profile. Here, the medium itself whispers that none of it really counts. In this video, we'll be stripping away that immunity and asking what happens if we treat Springfield as a psychologically consistent reality, where every prank leaves residue in someone's memory. Most telling is how even the adults in the show speak about him. Teachers and administrators call him a born troublemaker, a bad influence, and predict a criminal future. The famous "underachiever and proud of it" label is presented as a diagnosis and a punchline at the same time. Yet almost no one follows through with sustained help, therapy, or structural change. The town has, in effect, quietly given up on him, which, according to this theory, is part of the horror. On the surface, his greatest hits look trivial. Graffiti tags of El Barto on every available wall, prank calls to Mo that end in cartoon violence, minor vandalism that resets with a wipe transition. But we'll be returning to these same behaviors later, reading them not as isolated gags, but as early entries in a darker case file. This theory suggests the gap between Bart's public image and his on-screen actions is deliberate. The series invites us to laugh at the catchphrases, while it calmly documents a child slipping through every crack of his family, his school, and his town. To really see that process, we have to go back to where the lines weren't yet blurred by decades of familiarity. Season 1 and 2, where the animation jitters, the chaos feels closer to real life, and the boundary between kid being a kid and kid revealing something broken is already starting to dissolve in the background of those early, supposedly harmless episodes. Season 1. A problem child is introduced. To do that, we have to sit with Season 1 before the lines are softened and the colors brighten when examining, Bart still feels a little uncomfortable. The earliest episodes have that rough, jittery animation, the slightly off-model faces and muddy backgrounds that make Springfield look less like a cartoon playground and more like a tired, low-budget town caught on a bad home video. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how that rawness changes Bart. His spikes are uneven, his eyes are wider, and the movements are slower, which makes his misbehavior feel less like a polished gag and more like the unpredictable lashing out of a real child. The lower budget feel becomes part of the atmosphere. When Bart mouths off or acts out, it lands in a world that looks unstable, as if the whole reality around him is still being assembled and could easily fall apart. His very first major appearance in Simpson's Roasting on an Open Fire already codes him as a problem the adults can't quite solve. We see him deface the mall Santa, push boundaries at school, and generally pull focus in every scene, not as a charming scamp, but as a kid who demands attention through disruption. And the episode quietly links his behavior to the family's financial stress and Homer's shame. Yet Bart processes all of that through mischief, not reflection, as if his mind only knows one way to signal distress. Bart the genius is even more revealing. This theory suggests that Bart's defining trait is not disobedience, but his willingness to rewrite reality to escape consequences. He cheats on an exam, swaps tests with Martin, and then allows the misdiagnosis to snowball into a full institutional fantasy where he is treated as a gifted child. Most telling is how he never confesses until the new life becomes unbearable. He lets the school system rearrange itself around a lie, watching adults bend their consciousness of who he is because it benefits him in the short term. According to this theory, that's our first real glimpse of his darker potential. Bart isn't just pulling a prank. He's experimenting with how far he can manipulate teachers, psychiatrists, even his own parents' expectations. The victims are not abstract. Martin is humiliated. The regular class is disrupted. The gifted school is thrown into chaos. And at home, Homer and Marge are whiplashed between pride and confusion. Yet by the end of the episode, reality snaps back with almost impossible neatness, training us to treat the fallout as harmless, as if the dream just resets when the credits roll. The discipline he receives in these early stories is wildly inconsistent. Homer's response oscillates between explosive strangling rage and total checked-out apathy, while Marge offers anxious concern that rarely translates into clear boundaries. This mirrors how a child in an unstable environment might learn that rules are fluid. Sometimes you're screamed at, sometimes you're ignored, sometimes you're rewarded for the same behavior. The evidence becomes clear that Bart's pranks double as crude experiments in control, testing which version of his parents will appear. From this angle, his early lies and schemes look less like pure fun and more like primitive reality warping. If adults won't give him predictable structure, he will force structure by making them react, even if that reaction is anger or punishment. What if, for Bart, being the bad kid is the only role that guarantees he cannot be overlooked? Season 1 ends with a fragile equilibrium, but the pattern is set. In the next run of episodes, that same need for control will harden. Art and Bart's pranks will move from classroom disruptions to something colder and more targeted, especially once authority figures like Principal Skinner and even Moe become recurring, personalized targets in his expanding private war against the adult world. From prankster to predator, tormenting Principal Skinner, that private war finds its clearest battlefield in one man. Principal Seymour Skinner. On paper, he is just another school administrator. In practice, he becomes Bart's most reliable test subject in an ongoing experiment about how far a child can push an adult mind before it breaks. When examining Skinner through this theory, the details become unsettling. He is not just strict, he is a rigid, traumatized Vietnam veteran, clinging to procedure and discipline as the last barriers between his fragile consciousness and chaos. Springfield Elementary is visibly crumbling around him, underfunded and ignored, which means Skinner's entire sense of self rests on maintaining order in a building designed to fall apart. That makes Bart's chaos not merely annoying, but existentially threatening. Early on, the conflict still resembles recognizable schoolboy trouble. In episodes like Bart the General and Bart Gets an F, Bart's clashes with authority sit within a relatively grounded reality: skipped homework, classroom disruptions, desperate attempts to avoid failure. Skinner is stern, but the dynamic is still framed as a standard student-principal standoff, with detentions, lectures, and the occasional reluctant second chance, and the evidence becomes clear only later, as the pranks narrow from broad mischief into precision strikes aimed at Skinner himself. Over time, we see elaborate schemes that go far beyond harmless fun. Bart engineers faked emergencies that send Skinner sprinting through the halls, pulls fire alarms, and stages rebellions that leave him humiliated in front of staff and students. He forges notes, sabotages assemblies, and turns simple insubordination into public spectacle, transforming Skinner's need for control into a running joke. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at these moments as evidence of a darker pattern: the way Bart systematically undermines Skinner's career, credibility, and already fragile sense of authority. According to this theory, Bart is not just rebelling against a faceless system. He is discovering that he can reach into an adult's nervous system and flick the switches. Skinner's anxiety, his war flashbacks, his obsession with punctuality and procedure, all become buttons Bart can press at will, a toy he can break whenever he wants stimulation or attention. What if the thrill is not the prank itself, but the visible panic it produces in an adult who once survived real war and now cannot survive a 10-year-old? Most telling is how the show plays Skinner's suffering for laughs. His breakdowns, his desperate phone calls to Superintendent Chalmers, his fear of losing his job are presented as punchlines, while Bart escapes with a smirk and a chalkboard gag. This mirrors how Springfield as a whole treats damaged authority figures, as props for the children's entertainment rather than people collapsing under pressure. Yet Skinner occasionally tries to reach Bart as a person. He offers second chances, expresses concern about Bart's future, and in rare moments lowers his guard to show genuine disappointment instead of anger. Each time, Bart's usual response is renewed manipulation, doubling down on the very behavior that hurt Skinner in the first place, suggesting a growing desensitization to the impact of his actions. This theory suggests that Bart's long campaign against Skinner is training. He learns that if he pushes hard enough, adults in Springfield will either snap or surrender, reinforcing the idea that rules are illusions and that other people's minds are just obstacles to play with. And if he can do this to a war-scarred principal, what happens when he turns his attention to more fragile targets, like lonely, depressed Mo Sislak, who answers the phone alone in his bar every night, waiting for a voice that will almost always be Bart's? The Mo prank calls, comedy, or something much darker. From there, the pattern shifts locations, but not targets. Bart moves from the school office to the family kitchen or his bedroom, picks up the phone, and dials a number he knows by heart. Moe's Tavern. The setup is always the same, almost ritualistic. He asks for IP Freely, or Hugh Jass, or Amanda Huggenkiss, and we hear Moe alone in his bar, dutifully calling out the fake name before collapsing into rage as the patrons laugh and the audience at a home is cued to join them. When examining these scenes across seasons, the repetition becomes impossible to ignore. This is not a one-off prank on a random adult. This is a long-running behavior loop where Bart seeks out the same lonely man in the same empty bar to provoke the same emotional reaction on command. According to this theory, the prank calls are less about juvenile wordplay and more about Bart discovering a psychological button in another person's mind, then returning to press it again and again, just to confirm that the reaction is still there. In this video, we're going to be treating those calls as a kind of behavioral litmus test. Bart has found a guaranteed way to transform another human's thin, brittle composure into explosive self-loathing. One phone number, one fake name, and Moe will perform his humiliation for him. The evidence becomes clear when we notice how little variation Bart actually needs. The joy is not in inventing new material, but in confirming that Moe is still controllable and that his consciousness can still be hijacked from a safe distance. That distance matters because Moe is not a neutral cartoon target. Across the series, he is framed as deeply depressed, socially isolated, and frequently suicidal. His bar is his only social outlet, a dim, wood-panelled bunker where he clings to the same three regulars. Episodes show him attempting to hang himself, preparing to jump from a bridge, or recording a suicide note on tape, only to be interrupted by trivial distractions. Most telling is how these moments are played as dark jokes, but still establish a consistent inner reality. Moe is barely holding on. This theory suggests that, placed against that backdrop, Bart's ongoing harassment takes on a more predatory edge, even if he does not consciously intend it. Bart never sees Moe staring at a noose or weeping over another failed relationship. He only hears the angry outbursts that follow the punchline. This mirrors how children often register adults as soundboards rather than full people, reducing them to reactions, catchphrases, and roles, which makes selective empathy feel natural rather than cruel. In that sense, the prank calls become a microcosm of Bart's larger pattern. He identifies a vulnerability, turns it into a joke, and then builds a ritual around exploiting it, with the structure of the show and the audience's laughter reinforcing his behavior. What happens when that pattern moves off the phone line and into the real world, where the damage is not just Moe's pride, and where someone actually gets hurt and Bart has to live with what he's done, if only for one sleepless night, when the joke draws blood, Bart's pranks, with real victims. Up to this point, Bart's darkness has lived mostly in the realm of humiliation and psychological needling. But there are episodes where the joke quite literally draws blood, and the series quietly shows us what happens when his prankster consciousness collides with physical reality and something breaks that cannot be easily reset. This is where the fan theory really sharpens. Bart stops being just a brat and starts looking like a small-scale catastrophe walking around in a red t-shirt. When examining these stories, a pattern emerges in which a throwaway stunt escalates into real harm. Bart pulls a reckless dare or sets up an elaborate gag, and the chain reaction moves far beyond childish mischief. Cars crash, bones snap, livelihoods are destroyed, We see him launch objects into traffic, interfere with dangerous equipment, or sabotage a stage setup, and what begins as a burst of impulsive energy ends with sirens, hospital beds, or someone staring at the ruins of their home or business. The evidence becomes clear that Springfield's cartoon physics only barely cushion what would otherwise be horror. One of the most telling cases is the classic chain reaction disaster. Bart interferes with a simple object, treating the town like his private Rube Goldberg machine, and the camera calmly follows the consequences as they cascade through Springfield. A startled driver swerves, a truck jackknifes, a character is flung through a window or pinned under wreckage. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how, according to this theory, those sequences are not just slapstick, but a child unconsciously testing the limits of an impossible world, probing whether anything he does can truly matter if reality keeps bouncing back like rubber. Equally disturbing are the episodes where the damage is not just physical, but vocational, where Bart ruins an event someone has poured their whole mind and identity into. He wrecks a carefully prepared performance, sabotages a competition, or exposes a secret at the worst possible moment, leaving a teacher, neighbor, or side character publicly humiliated and professionally derailed. Most telling is how the show lingers just long enough on their devastated faces for us to register that a life has been knocked off course, then cuts away to a jaunty music cue, as if nothing permanent has occurred. According to this theory, these incidents function as stress tests for Bart's conscience. Sometimes he is shaken, losing sleep, wandering the house at night, or attempting a clumsy cover-up that only deepens the damage. Other times he hides, waiting for the universe to perform its usual reset, trusting that by the next episode the slate will be clean. This mirrors how the series treats guilt itself. We get a brief, almost tender glimpse of remorse. Then a fast-paced resolution buries it under jokes before the feeling can fully form. What stands out again and again is who absorbs the impact. Adults take the blows. Skinner's dignity, Moe's finances, a neighbor's property, even Homer's body, are offered up as shields so that Bart can walk away with detention, a grounding, or a quick apology. The family and the town become a buffer between his impulses and any lasting consequence, reinforcing a sense of invincibility that only deepens the horror when we imagine the scars continuing off-screen. This theory suggests we should treat these episodes as early trauma points, not just for Bart, but for the people orbiting him, fragments of a darker Springfield where injuries, bankruptcies, and broken dreams do not quite heal between scenes. And if this is how he treats strangers and authority figures, what happens when that same destructive energy is focused on the one person he is supposed to protect, or at least respect? His little sister, Lisa. Sabotaging Lisa. Jealousy, cruelty, and the brother who won't let her win. When that destructive energy turns inward toward the family, it doesn't hit Homer first. It hits Lisa. And in this video, we're going to be taking a look at how Bart's cruelty toward his sister functions less like harmless sibling rivalry and more like a recurring psychological pattern that the series quietly normalizes. Lisa is framed as Bart's moral and intellectual negative image. Where Bart is chaotic, impulsive, and outwardly confident, she is methodical, sensitive, and almost painfully aware of how little her town understands her. Her jazz skills, her academic trophies, her rare moments of public praise become lifelines, tiny proofs that her consciousness is not completely out of sync with Springfield's warped reality. which makes those victories exquisitely vulnerable to sabotage. According to this theory, Bart instinctively targets those lifelines. Across dozens of episodes, we see him ruin her school projects for a laugh, and weaponize her secrets at the worst possible moment, or twist her big opportunities into setups for his own punchlines. He exposes her crushes in front of classmates, turns her carefully prepared presentations into slapstick, and derails her chances at simple recognition by hijacking the spotlight, as though any attention in the family must pass through him first. One of the clearest examples comes when Lisa is poised to receive a long-awaited academic honor, only for Bart to interfere so completely that she loses the award and the brief chance to feel seen. The episode pauses, just for a beat, on her expression. Eyes wide, voice cracking, the music dropping into a minor key. Most telling is how the narrative then snaps back to normal, rolling into the next joke, as if her humiliation were just another background gag. The evidence becomes clear when examining these scenes together. Lisa's pain is acknowledged, then immediately buried. This theory suggests that Bart's sabotage is driven by a core fear, not pure malice. If Lisa rises too high, academically, morally, emotionally, she threatens to leave him behind, to expose the gap between his arrested development and her accelerating growth. By pulling her back down, he keeps the family equilibrium intact, preserving a reality where the underachieving son and the overlooked daughter are stuck on the same rung. Yet Lisa almost always forgives him. Sometimes he stages a grand gesture. Sometimes he offers a thin apology, and the relationship resets. This mirrors how the show treats larger traumas, acknowledged, joked about, then quietly erased in the next episode. Bart learns that he can shatter her trust and still be welcomed back. That contrition is a performance rather than a transformation. From Lisa's perspective, growing up beside this brother means living with an unstable ally, someone who can defend her from bullies one day and destroy her dreams the next. Over time, the question is not whether Bart loves her, but whether love in this family can coexist with constant sabotage without warping her sense of what safety looks like. In this video, we'll treat Bart's treatment of Lisa as one of his darkest recurring patterns, not because it is the most dramatic, but because it quietly erodes the one relationship that could have anchored him to a better version of himself. And if this is what happens in his closest bond, and the next step is to zoom out and ask a more unsettling question. What kind of household makes a child believe that cruelty is proof of connection? And how does a boy who hurts the person he loves most still end up convinced that he was never truly wanted there in the first place? The unwanted son. Bart's resentment toward Homer and Marge. To answer that, we have to dim the lights and step inside the Simpson house at night. The TV glow is still flickering in the living room, washing the walls in that blue, artificial twilight. Homer's snoring rumbles through the vents like distant machinery. And somewhere in the dark, Marge is lying awake, eyes open, cataloguing worries. Down the hall, Bart stares at the ceiling, listening as every shouted insult, every muttered complaint, every sigh of disappointment seeps under his door like background radiation. When examining Homer's role in this atmosphere, the evidence becomes clear almost immediately. Homer does not simply get frustrated with Bart. He declares him a stupid boy, calls him a failure, wishes aloud that he had a different son, and, in the show's most infamous running gag, wraps his hands around Bart's neck and strangles him. It is animated slapstick on the surface, but according to this theory, the joke functions as normalization. The idea that a father's default response to disobedience is sudden, explosive violence, played so often that it becomes part of Bart's baseline reality. This mirrors how, in the many episodes, Homer's rage is treated as a punchline rather than a crisis. Bart pushes a button. Homer lunges. The family watches. No one intervenes. No one meaningfully protects him, and the scene resets as if nothing happened. In this video, we are going to be taking a look at how that repetition, over hundreds of episodes, silently teaches Bart that pain is the clearest proof that he exists in his father's consciousness at all. Marge's position is more complicated, and therefore in some ways more damaging. She is often loving, often patient, and just as often overwhelmed. We see episodes where she blames herself for Bart's behavior, sobbing that she has failed as a mother, and others where she simply shuts down, turning away when his chaos becomes too much. One week, she is his defender at school. The next, she is quietly agreeing that he is trouble, that he is destined for a bad future, sending him the mixed signal that he is both precious and an ongoing mistake. Most telling is how frequently Bart overhears himself being discussed as a problem to be managed rather than a child to be understood. He walks past the kitchen and catches Homer and Marge debating whether he is bad to the bone. Hears counselors predicting a criminal adulthood. Listens as his parents wonder if something is wrong with him. This theory suggests those throwaway conversations harden into a core belief that he is fundamentally unwanted, a burden the family is stuck with. From there, Bart's misbehavior starts to look less like random chaos and more like a series of escalating tests. If he acts out, will they finally pay attention? If he ruins a school event, if he humiliates Homer in public, if he crosses a line so severe it shocks the town, will someone step in and prove that he matters enough to be stopped? And when they do not, or when the response is only more rage and despair, the lesson is simple. He has to go even further next time. According to this theory, Bart's darkest moments are almost always indirect responses to emotional neglect. When he feels invisible, he creates spectacle. When he feels rejected, he engineers catastrophe, forcing the family and the wider world to acknowledge his existence, even if that acknowledgement comes as punishment. The tragic loop is that the more he acts out, the more Homer rages and Marge withdraws, confirming his belief that he is a disappointment, which in turn drives the next spiral of misbehavior. The show plays this as comedy, but if we strip away the laugh track, we are left with a child trapped in a self-fulfilling prophecy. And yet, every so often, the mask slips. There are rare, unhaunting episodes where the jokes fall quiet for a moment, where Bart's voice cracks or his eyes well up, and we glimpse not a clever delinquent, but a frightened kid who suspects that no matter what he does, good or bad, no one will ever truly love him. In the next section, we are going to be taking a look at those episodes where the dream of the happy cartoon family briefly shatters and Bart's pain finally breaks through the yellow paint. Cries for help, disguised as trouble, when Bart wants to be caught. When examining those cracks in Bart's performance, a pattern emerges that child psychologists would recognize instantly. On the surface, it looks like defiance. Underneath, it starts to resemble what's called a cry for help, behavior so disruptive, so impossible to ignore, and that it forces the adults in the room to finally look directly at the child creating it. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at Bart's worst stunts as if they were that kind of signal. Not just pranks, but escalation. Not just rebellion, but a desperate attempt to provoke a caring response from a family that usually oscillates between neglect, slapstick violence, and sitcom indifference. According to this theory, Bart doesn't only want to get away with things. On some level, he wants to be stopped. Consider Bart gets an F. He sabotages his own studying, wastes time, and then, at the last moment, breaks down and confesses to Marge that he is scared of being left behind. The misbehavior builds the crisis. The tearful admission is the release. Or, in Bart the General, he picks a fight with Nelson that he cannot possibly win alone, forcing the adults and the entire school into a war scenario that finally acknowledges his vulnerability. He manufactures an impossible situation, then folds right before it destroys him. The evidence becomes clear in the episodes where Bart engineers his own exposure. In Bart the Mother, he hides the eggs, lies, and then ultimately confesses when the stakes are highest, almost relieved to hand control back to Marge. In Bart Sells His Soul, he commits an act that feels metaphysically wrong, then spends the rest of the episode frantically searching for someone, anyone, to tell him that his soul still exists. This mirrors how real children will act out until an adult proves they are still worth comforting. Most telling is how Homer and Marge respond when Bart's chaos finally detonates. Sometimes, Marge drops the sitcom mask and offers genuine concern, holding him, reassuring him that he is loved even when he fails. Sometimes, Homer defaults to rage, strangling, grounding, or mocking him, turning a plea into another gag. And sometimes, the moment is undercut with a joke so fast that the emotional weight is deflected, as if the show itself is uncomfortable with how close it came to real pain. After these confrontations, Bart is often strangely calm, punished, grounded, humiliated, but regulated, as if the structure, however harsh, temporarily soothes a deeper anxiety about being ignored or abandoned. In this theory, and these episodes function as emotional X-rays, brief windows where the cartoon logic thins out and we glimpse a real child testing the limits of his parents' love, wondering if there is anything he can do that will finally make them give up on him. The tragedy is that Springfield's dreamlike reset erases these crises. By the next episode, Bart is once again the class clown, his unresolved terror folded back into the joke machine of the town's looping reality. And if his present is already full of unanswered cries for help, the future glimpses of Bart that the series shows us become much darker, hinting at what happens to a boy who keeps screaming into a world that never truly wakes up to hear him. Guilt that won't reset, Bart's lingering traumas. Those future glimpses feel so disturbing because, on some level, we have already seen the raw material being laid down in the present. Bart isn't just a noisy prank. He is a child accumulating memories that hurt to remember, scenes that replay in the dark when the laugh track finally goes quiet. When examining guilt and trauma in a narrative like The Simpsons, we are talking about more than a quick whoops and a reset. We are looking at moments where a character's consciousness refuses to move on, where the mind keeps looping through what it did through dreams, flashbacks, and subtle changes in behavior. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how Bart, whose name is literally an anagram of brat, becomes something closer to a haunted kid, dragging invisible chains from episode to episode even if the script pretends those chains are gone. The evidence becomes clear in the rare stories where the show cannot immediately laugh off what he's done. In Bart the Murderer, his work for the Springfield Mafia leads to Skinner's apparent death, and Bart spirals into insomnia and vivid nightmares, his usual bravado collapsing into a terrified child waiting to be arrested. In Bart Sells His Soul, a selfish prank on Milhouse leaves Bart wandering through an increasingly uncanny Springfield, unable to pray, unable to laugh, convinced he has permanently damaged something essential inside himself. These are not one-off gags. They are structured like horror episodes about a boy who went too far. According to this theory, Bart's reactions in these episodes map cleanly onto a child overwhelmed by consequences he never fully anticipated. He overcompensates with good deeds, tries to confess, but freezes, or clings desperately to magical fixes that will undo the damage. When he accidentally destroys Lisa's Thanksgiving centerpiece, he runs away, then spends the night on the streets, hallucinating his own worthlessness before stumbling back in tears. Most telling is how his guilt expresses itself physically. Sleeplessness, anxiety, and a chronic restlessness that the adults misread as simple misbehavior. This mirrors how real children in chaotic families process harm they caused under pressure they never chose. Bart is punished, lectured, occasionally hugged, but rarely guided through what he's actually feeling. In Bart the Mother, after the lizard eggs incident leads to another ecological disaster, he explicitly wonders if he is just bad, if everything he touches goes wrong. Marge offers comfort, but it is thin, almost perfunctory, as the plot hurries toward a joke. The show acknowledges his fear, then gently closes the door on it. From a horror reading perspective, this is where the theory turns. These guilt-heavy episodes are the series briefly admitting that Bart's chaos has a psychological cost, before the format snaps back and acts as if nothing lasting occurred. Later episodes behave as though Skinner was never almost murdered, as though Bart never sold his soul, never ran away in shame, never asked if he was irredeemable. But we remember, and if we remember, we can imagine Bart remembering too. In this video, we'll treat that memory as cumulative. Each unresolved guilt, each half-forgiven sin, stacks up behind his eyes, providing a quiet continuity that the official canon refuses to acknowledge. What if the washed-up, alcoholic or criminal Barts of the alternate futures are not wild exaggerations, but the logical endpoint of a boy who has been told over and over that nothing matters, and who still wakes up at night knowing that it does? The next section follows those futures directly, to see what happens when the mask finally slips and the show stops pretending Bart Simpson is going to be okay. Peeking ahead, the function of Bart's dark future. Timelines. To understand just how far Bart can fall, we have to look at the one place The Simpsons quietly tells the truth about him: the future. These are the episodes where the series drops the comforting illusion of eternal childhood and asks a simple, unsettling question. What happens if this kid actually has to grow up? In this video, we're going to be treating those future timelines, flash forwards, and non-canon specials and one-off experiments as controlled psychological test chambers. The show ages the characters up, disables the reset button, and lets consequences accumulate. Careers fail, relationships calcify, and the damage we've seen in the present finally has enough time to bloom. According to this theory, the writers use these spaces to push the family past the limits of episodic television reality without having to permanently rewire the main continuity. When examining Bart in these futures, the pattern is striking. He is rarely successful, rarely fulfilled, and almost never truly independent. We see washed up, underachieving Barts clinging to adolescent habits, The man who still lives in the shadow of his own catchphrases, or sleeps on someone else's couch while Lisa has a career, a consciousness of purpose, and a way out, and other futures nudge him toward criminal or semi-criminal paths. Petty scams, shady side hustles, the adult version of those prank calls to Mo that once looked harmless, but now read as a lifelong comfort with low-level cruelty. Most telling is how many of these timelines leave Bart emotionally stunted, lonely, or dependent on people who have surpassed him. This mirrors how, as a child, he leans on Marge for unconditional rescue, while resenting Homer's anger and Lisa's competence. The evidence becomes clear. The show is not randomly rolling dice on his destiny. It is extrapolating from the exact traits we've already seen: impulsivity, underachievement, jealousy, and simply refusing to hit undo. This theory suggests that Bart's future selves function as diagnostic tools. Each dark outcome is a hypothesis about what happens when a neglected, a chaotic child never receives meaningful intervention, when the lead poison prankster is allowed to drift until the pranks stop being cute and start being criminal. In these episodes, the writers quietly acknowledge something the main show almost never says aloud. Bart's behavior is not just a phase. It is the foundation of a life that can, and often does, go very wrong. There is still humor in these flash-forwards, but it feels different. Jokes land with a faint echo, because we are watching Bart stuck, overshadowed, or frozen in place, while Lisa and others escape the gravitational pull of Springfield's dysfunction. The tonal shift is subtle, a melancholy undercurrent, a sense that the dream of consequence-free mischief has curdled into a permanent identity he cannot shed. Across these futures, we see the same childhood dynamics replayed at a larger, sadder scale. The strained, almost roommate-like relationship with Homer, the continued dependence on Marge as emotional life support, the old jealousy of Lisa hardening into resignation. We will be returning to these timelines later in this video, once we have fully mapped Bart's present-day darkness, to trace the straight line from the boy to the man. But before we follow Bart into those broken futures, we need to confront something else, the way he is already rehearsing for them. The next section looks at Bart's early flirtations with crime and self-destruction, the episodes where the prankster mask slips, and we see a child quietly training for the life those futures predict. Bart and the edge of criminality, playing with fire. Bart's not just rehearsing emotional damage, he's also rehearsing a rap sheet. From very early on, the series shows him edging toward genuine criminality, then wraps the whole thing in the bright colors and fast pacing of a children's adventure, so we hardly notice how far he's gone. When examining Bart's behavior, the evidence becomes clear that we're beyond harmless hijinks. He shoplifts a video game in Marge Be Not Proud, not as an impulsive one-off, but as a calculated act where he studies the cameras, times his move, and lies to his family afterward. He turns Springfield into his personal canvas with large-scale vandalism, from defacing public buildings to elaborate graffiti tags that would, in any grounded reality, be prosecuted as property damage rather than celebrated as mischief. He prank calls Moe with violent threats, pushes Homer's temper until it erupts, and treats authority as a puzzle to be beaten, rather than a boundary to respect. This theory suggests that the show's style is part of the cover-up. These episodes are cut like caper films, quick cuts, chase music, breathless sequences of Bart running through malls, alleys, and school corridors. The tone tells us we're watching a light-hearted romp, but the plot points describe a child repeatedly engaging in theft, fraud, and harassment. Most telling is how the camera often lingers on Bart's exhilarated face in the middle of these crimes, as if the real reward is not the stolen object or the ruined property, but the rush of having briefly stepped outside the law and gotten away with it. According to this theory, Bart is being slowly socialized into delinquency by the people around him. Older bullies like Nelson and Jimbo treat him as an apprentice, inviting him into schemes that escalate from pranks to outright cruelty. In episodes where he falls in with older kids or petty criminals, adults casually accept him as an accomplice, handing him cigarettes, weapons, or lookout duties as though his age is an asset, not a warning sign. This mirrors how neglected children in the real world are absorbed into low-level crime because it offers structure, identity, and a twisted form of belonging that their family life fails to provide. Authority, when it does appear, is strangely weightless. Bart is arrested, handcuffed, lectured by Chief Wiggum, threatened with juvenile hall, and endlessly punished at school, yet nothing ever sticks. There is no sustained intervention, no real therapy, and no attempt to alter the trajectory that multiple adults openly predict will end in prison. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how that lack of consequence becomes its own kind of message. That Bart can dance on the edge of criminality indefinitely, as if Springfield's broken reality will always reset before he truly falls. What if that reset is the real trap? In the alternate futures, we see the mask slip. Bart as a washed-up criminal, a burnout squatting in the ruins of his own potential, the prankster energy finally curdled into adult failure. This theory suggests that those timelines aren't wild hypotheticals, but logical endpoints of the patterns we're already watching. Bart's crimes often feel self-destructive, are less about profit than about daring the universe to finally punish him in a way that matches his own low opinion of himself, as if he's testing whether reality will ever say, "You've gone too far." In the next section, we'll follow that tension to its breaking point, because Bart's story isn't only a descent. Scattered among the vandalism and theft are moments of startling maturity, sacrifice, and genuine remorse. The question is whether those flashes are strong enough to rewrite his fate, or whether the dark futures we've seen are already locked in, waiting for the day the pranks stop being funny and start becoming his permanent reality. The mask slips. Rare moments of Bart's genuine remorse. When examining Bart's darkest acts, it becomes tempting to flatten him into a one-note villain, the eternal bad kid Springfield deserves. But the series keeps sabotaging that easy reading, slipping in episodes where the mask falls away, and we see something far more unsettling. A child who is fully capable of empathy, insight, and even self-sacrifice. One of the clearest examples is Bart sells his soul. Bart treats the concept of a soul as a joke, selling his to Milhouse for $5. But the narrative immediately punishes that arrogance with a creeping, dreamlike estrangement from reality. Automatic doors stop recognizing him, pets recoil, and he feels an impossible hollowness as the world becomes subtly colder. Most telling is how his bravado collapses into panic when he realizes Lisa is genuinely horrified by what he's done. Her tears and moral disgust function as a mirror, forcing him to confront the idea that he has crossed a line his mind cannot fully rationalize. We see this pattern again in Lisa's substitute. After mocking Lisa and undercutting her emotional investment in Mr. Bergstrom, Bart watches her break down, and the camera lingers on his face as the guilt actually lands. He tries, awkwardly but sincerely, to cheer her up, and in that small, fumbling attempt to repair the damage, the evidence becomes clear. When the show allows Bart to feel safe enough not to perform, a different child steps forward, one who wants connection more than chaos. According to this theory, these are glimpses of the Bart that could have been, the version that surfaces when his family's consciousness briefly aligns around love instead of discipline or neglect. And in Bart the Daredevil, he risks his own safety by launching over Springfield Gorge after seeing Homer's genuine fear. The prankster impulse reroutes into a sacrificial one, as if his mind instinctively understands that the only way to make amends is to put his own body on the line. This mirrors how, in Bart Gets an F, he studies obsessively not for grades, but because he realizes that his failure is hurting Marge and disappointing even Homer. Most telling is how these episodes hinge on a sharp, almost physical pang of empathy. Bart sees Lisa cry because of him. He hears Marge's voice crack when she admits she's scared for his future. He watches Homer, usually a figure of blundering authority, collapse into genuine despair in those moments, and the theory suggests that Bart briefly believes he might actually be a bad person if he doesn't change, and that belief terrifies him more than any detention. Yet the structure of the show functions like a reset button. In this video, we're treating these remorse arcs as emotional control samples, proof that Bart is capable of moral growth, which makes his return to mischief feel less like ignorance and more like a conscious slide back into the dark. What if the environment always wins? What if the version of Bart who studies, apologizes, and throws himself in harm's way is the aberration, not the baseline? By the time we reach the future set episodes, where adult Bart drifts through dead-end jobs and broken relationships, the contrast becomes painful. The child who once worked so hard to fix a single mistake has grown into someone who self-sabotages on a much larger scale, as if he has internalized the lesson that growth never really sticks. To understand which side ultimately wins, the remorseful Bart or the destructive one, we have to look at the stories where his self-destruction stops being a prank and starts to look like a long, slow collapse he almost seems to welcome. Self-sabotage as a lifestyle. Bart versus his own future. That long, slow collapse becomes clearest when we treat Bart's life as a pattern of self-sabotage rather than isolated bad decisions. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how often Bart is handed a believable path towards something better, real academic progress, healthier bonds with his family, or a shot at a different future, and then personally sets it on fire, as if his mind can't tolerate the idea of sustained growth. In psychological terms, self-sabotage is when a person disrupts their own progress the moment it becomes real. For Bart, the evidence becomes clear in episodes where he briefly thrives. In Bart Gets an F, he finally studies, prays in desperation, and almost passes, only to immediately revert to apathy once the crisis is over, treating his near success as a fluke rather than a model. This theory suggests that when improvement appears, Bart's consciousness recoils, dragging him back to the safer, familiar identity of the underachieving brat. When examining his relationships with adults who believe in him, the pattern darkens. Mrs. Krabappel occasionally advocates for him, and in Sweet Seymour Skinner's Bart Das song, Skinner and Bart form a genuine bond, with Bart discovering he actually likes this rigid authority figure as a human being. Yet Bart engineers Skinner's downfall with the dog incident, and then, even after feeling guilty, slides back into their old adversarial script, It is as if every time the show offers him a stable, supportive adult, Bart unconsciously chooses chaos so he can remain the permanent problem child. According to this theory, that choice is rooted in identity. Bart has been told for years that he is a screw-up, the boy destined for prison, the disappointment of the family, the academic lost cause. Success feels alien, almost impossible, because it threatens the role that structures his reality. Most telling is how he mocks his own achievements and turning genuine progress into a joke before anyone can take it seriously, as though preemptively rejecting the version of himself that might actually escape Springfield's gravitational pull. The reactions around him quietly reinforce this prison. Teachers respond with skepticism, assuming any effort is a scam. Homer is shocked when Bart does well, treating it as a bizarre anomaly rather than a new baseline. Marge and Lisa offer cautious hope, but even they often frame his improvement as temporary, bracing for the relapse. This mirrors how a child internalizes a chorus of low expectations, then behaves in ways that keep those expectations accurate, completing a closed loop of failure. In the series' future set episodes, we see the endpoint of that loop. Adult Bart is repeatedly shown in dead-end jobs, crashing on the family couch, or living literally in Lisa's shadow as she becomes president. He clings to adolescent behaviors, pranks, drinking, avoidance, as if his development stalled somewhere around 4th grade. The self-sabotage that once ruined Tess and friendships now ruins entire decades. Most disturbing is that Bart seems dimly aware of this destiny. He jokes about growing up to be like Homer, or about never amounting to anything, as if describing a future he has already accepted. What if those jokes are not rebellion, but resignation? Because in the next section, we're going to walk fully into those dark timelines, tracing how each sabotaged opportunity in childhood maps onto the bleak, alternate Bart's the show quietly hides in its visions of the future, connecting the dots from early chaos to destined downfall. So before we step through those timelines, we need to pause and connect what we have already seen. We began with Bart's early chaos era, when the series still pretended his behavior was just bratty fun. Yet the evidence becomes clear that even those first episodes carry something heavier underneath. We watched him torment authority figures like Skinner and Moe, not as harmless slapstick, but as a pattern of punching at adults who are themselves fragile. The prank calls that push Moe toward violence and self-harm, the elaborate humiliations of Skinner in assemblies and field trips, the way he needles Homer until that familiar strangling silhouette fills the frame. When examining these moments together, they stop feeling like disconnected gags and start reading as a child testing how far reality will bend before someone actually intervenes. At the same time, his impact inside the family is quietly devastating. Lisa's trophies smashed, her science projects ruined, her recitals derailed by accidents that always seem to center Bart's chaos instead of her achievement. This mirrors how, in episode after episode, her interior world is treated as less important than his latest stunt. Marge's exhausted pleas, Homer's volatile temper, the constant background noise of neglect and resentment all create a home where Bart's worst impulses are noticed, but rarely understood. We have also seen the flip side, the guilt that leaks out when the laughter stops. Episodes where Bart indirectly ruins Skinner's career, destroys Krusty's livelihood, or shatters Lisa's trust, leave him sleepless, haunted, and briefly determined to change, only for that growth to be undercut by the reset button structure of Springfield. Most telling is how his rare moments of remorse and sacrifice are quietly absorbed back into the loop, while the universe continues to reward his cruelty with attention, notoriety, and a kind of local legend status. In this video, we are treating all of this not as a grab bag of jokes, but as a continuous psychological profile. According to this theory, Bart is a child shaped by normalized violence, environmental damage, and inconsistent love, whose mind has learned that chaos is the only reliable way to be seen. His brushes with crime, his time with gangs, his self-sabotage at school and in relationships all form a single trajectory rather than isolated misadventures. And this theory suggests that everything we have covered so far is only prologue. The pranks, the cruelty, the guilt, the self-destruction are the opening chapters of a much longer story that the show occasionally lets us glimpse through future episodes, Halloween specials, and non-canon dreams of what Bart becomes. In a more realistic narrative, the patterns we have identified, targeting vulnerable adults, sabotaging loved ones, craving attention through disruption, undermining his own growth, would not end at age 10. They would calcify into a broken, drifting adult life. So in the next phase, we are going to step out of the noisy comfort of present-day Springfield and into the unsettling stillness of Bart's alternate futures. In this video, those futures are not throwaway jokes, but case studies. For each older Bart, we will ask what kind of childhood creates this adult, and how much of that childhood we have already watched unfold without recognizing it. Scattered across hundreds of episodes is a hidden narrative about a boy who never received real help, and a town that kept laughing as he slowly became the worst version of himself. Hold that image in your mind. Not Bart at 10, but Bart at 30, 40, 50. Because next, we will walk through those futures one by one and see just how dark Springfield allows his story to become. The boy who shot Mr. Burns, Bart's brush, with ultimate power. If the future versions of Bart show us where he might end up, then the summer of 1995 showed us how far the show was willing to push him. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at the moment Bart Simpson brushed up against ultimate power, the night Mr. Burns was shot, and the world was invited to suspect a 10-year-old. Culturally, the Who Shot Mr. Burns cliffhanger lives as a puzzle, a trivia question, a marketing stunt. But when examining it through this darker lens, we become less interested in who actually pulled the trigger and more focused on who the narrative quietly asked us to imagine as a would-be killer. This theory suggests that Bart was not just one suspect among many, but a deliberate stress test of how far audiences would accept his potential for real violence. The groundwork was already there. Across the early seasons, Bart's pranks escalate from phone calls to Moe into actions that cause genuine harm. He saws the head off Jebediah's statue. He launches Homer into injury. He routinely torments Skinner with a precision that feels less like childish chaos and more like targeted psychological warfare. When we add his open hostility toward authority figures, his contempt for Burns's entire system of adult power, and his comfort around weapons and dangerous stunts, the evidence becomes clear that he is entirely plausible as someone who could pull a trigger, even if the episode never shows him doing so. Most telling is how the investigation sequences frame him. In the police station, Bart's body language is loose, almost bored. He treats the idea of Mr. Burns being shot as one more cartoon development in a world where nothing truly bad ever sticks. According to this theory, the writers are quietly experimenting with our tolerance. They place a child in the suspect chair. They surround him with the language of attempted murder. and watch to see if the audience's consciousness flinches. It rarely does. When we contrast Bart with the other suspects, the camera's choices become even more unsettling. Characters like Smithers and Homer are given obvious motives and comedic meltdowns, but the lens lingers on Bart in quieter ways. The slingshot, the history of detention, the lifelong pattern of adults humiliating and punishing him, while Burns profits from the town's suffering. His motive is diffuse yet potent, rooted in years of systemic cruelty rather than a single event. And this mirrors how real-world violence often emerges from accumulated grievance rather than one bad day. This theory suggests the two-part episode functions as a safe trial run for darker Bart narratives, normalizing the image of him standing near lethal events without fully incriminating him. He is always close, always implicated, always just one decision away from crossing a line the show pretends it will never let him cross. But does he truly stay on the safe side of that line? Or does the series, over time, quietly push him over it in a way that feels like a dream you cannot wake up from? Because next, we follow that pattern into the story of Bart's most infamous accidental killing, and what it does to his mind when the joke finally goes too far. When a prank becomes a death, the Martin Prince incident. So when the show finally lets Bart cross that line, even for a moment, it does it in a way that feels like a bad dream inside a cartoon. The episode where Martin Prince dies is not framed as a horror story on the surface, but when examining it as part of Bart's larger psychological arc, the evidence becomes clear that we are being shown a full dress rehearsal for child homicide. The core plot is deceptively simple. Bart and Martin are paired for a science project, their long-running rivalry pushed into close proximity, until Bart sabotages the partnership and decides to outdo Martin with a solo stunt. They end up at a rocky cliff behind the school, where Bart's prank with a makeshift glider goes wrong. Martin steps forward, and in a flurry of panicked motion and loose gravel, Martin falls over the edge. There is a horrible silence, a broken pair of glasses below, and Bart, staring down, becomes convinced that he has actually killed his classmate. Bart's immediate reaction is not noble horror, but scrambled self-preservation. For a few seconds he is frozen, his consciousness almost refusing the data in front of him. And then we watch him start to rationalize what happened, telling himself that it was an accident, that no one saw, that the universe will somehow correct this. This theory suggests that the most disturbing beat is how fast he moves from raw panic into a calculated cover-up, as if some latent protocol in his mind has been activated. The cover-up montage is played as dark comedy, but under this lens, it becomes chilling. We see Bart hiding evidence, rearranging the scene, and rehearsing his alibi in the mirror with a precision that feels impossible for a normal 10-year-old. He times his entrance, adjusts his tone, and even practices facial expressions, all while the music keeps things light. Our most telling is how the sequence mirrors how adult criminals in true crime documentaries describe their own first cover stories, with the same mix of improvisation and eerie calm. From there, Bart's psyche starts to fray, but in a very specific way. He has nightmares and hallucinations of Martin appearing in windows and crowds, the dead boy's face intruding on his waking mind, yet his guilt rarely manifests as empathy for Martin's suffering. Instead, it presents as a sustained terror of being found out, of detention, of prison, of the family seeing him as a monster. According to this theory, what we are really watching is Bart's fear of punishment, not of the moral weight of ending a life. When the twist arrives and Martin is revealed to be alive, The narrative resets, but the rehearsal remains. In this video, we are treating that reset not as comfort, but as confirmation that the show has quietly tested how far Bart can go. This mirrors how later episodes will push him to the edge with Lisa, where the universe once again barely pulls someone back from the brink of permanent damage. Destroying Lisa's future. Sabotage as emotional violence. From Martin's almost death, the series quietly pivots to a different kind of slow-motion killing. Not of the body, but of possibility. When examining Bart's relationship with Lisa, the evidence becomes clear that his worst violence is rarely physical. It plays out in classrooms, on stages, and in guidance counselor offices, where her future is supposed to be protected. We see an early template in the diorama contest. Lisa spends days on a meticulous, historically accurate project, the kind of obsessive effort the show codes as her lifeline out of Springfield. Bart, facing failure, plagiarizes a grisly Battle of the Bulge scene, wins through spectacle, and then watches as Lisa's genuine work is humiliated and ignored. On paper, it is a school gag about cheating. Under this theory, it is the first time we watch Bart learn that if Lisa shines too brightly, he can simply throw blood and chaos over her light until the adults look away. The pattern repeats with talent shows and academic competitions. Lisa prepares carefully, practicing her saxophone or perfecting a presentation, while Bart disrupts with pranks, props, or last-minute sabotage that reroutes attention to him. This mirrors how the family dynamic works at home. Lisa's attempts at serious conversation are drowned out by Bart's noise, his crisis, his need. The joke is that she is the try-hard, and he is the fun one. The horror reading is that the universe keeps rewarding the child who tears things down over the child who builds. Most telling is how one flagship episode frames this. In Lisa's Substitute, her fragile hope for a mentor and an academic escape is undercut by Bart's simultaneous student council campaign. While she pours her consciousness into a meaningful platform, Bart runs on empty slogans and joke posters, and he wins. The script presents his victory as a light-hearted twist. According to this theory, what we actually witness is Lisa watching democracy itself choose Bart's nihilism over her effort. A life-altering message about how her intelligence will be treated in this reality. This theory suggests that Bart's sabotage is not random. It is driven by jealousy, by a fear that Lisa's moral clarity and intellect will expose him as small, and by a deeper terror that she will leave Springfield and leave him alone with Homer. Each ruined contest, each derailed recommendation letter, is his unconscious attempt to keep her at his level, where her superiority can be mocked but never fully escape. The aftermath for Lisa is always the same. Tears, then resignation, then forgiveness. In this video, we are guided to treat her breakdowns as temporary setbacks that reset by the next episode. Yet her face in those closing shots tells a different story. A child learning that her pain will be laughed off and her forgiveness is expected. Across future timelines and what-if episodes, Lisa's escape from Springfield is repeatedly delayed or compromised, while Bart drifts into criminality or stagnation. The show hints that in many branching realities, she never really gets out, because the person holding her ankle is the brother who claims to love her. And if Bart can do this to Lisa, the one person he arguably cares about most, what does that say about what he is capable of doing to strangers, to authority figures, or to himself when the future finally closes in? The boy who ruins lives, collateral damage, classmates never recover from. If Bart can drag Lisa down, the one person who challenges him, then the question becomes unavoidable. What happens to the kids who never resist him at all? In this video, we're going to be taking a look at a darker possibility, where Bart isn't just a chaos engine in his own story, but a kind of gravitational field, bending and warping the lives of every child who drifts too close. And nowhere is that clearer than with Milhouse. On the surface, Milhouse is the harmless blue-haired best friend, but when examining episode after episode, a pattern emerges that feels less like friendship and more like a long experiment in collateral damage. Bart uses Milhouse as decoy in snowball fights, as scapegoat in classroom disasters, as test subject for obviously dangerous schemes, and the result is always the same. Milhouse ends up with the broken arm, the black eye, the detention slip, while Bart slips away untouched, or at least less touched than the person standing next to him. Most telling is how Milhouse's loyalty is never rewarded. In Bart's Friend Falls in Love, Bart weaponizes Milhouse's first real romance, sabotaging it out of jealousy and then letting Milhouse absorb the emotional fallout. In Radioactive Man, Bart pushes Milhouse into the spotlight of child stardom, then abandons him when the pressure becomes unbearable, leaving him literally buried under the collapsing set while Bart walks away from the wreckage. This theory suggests that the closer Milhouse stands to Bart, the worse his life becomes, as if Bart's presence subtly guarantees humiliation, rejection, or injury. According to this theory, we can extend the same lens to Nelson and the other bullies. When Bart allies with Nelson in Bart the General, or briefly joins his orbit in later episodes, the show frames it as Bart learning toughness, but the aftermath is strange. Nelson never softens in any permanent way. Instead, he returns to the neighborhood more isolated, more volatile, his brief connection with Bart having failed to change him, but possibly confirming that violence is the only reliable form of power. This mirrors how other bully figures like Dolph, Jimbo, and Kearney emerge from Bart-led escapades not enlightened, but escalated, as if Bart doesn't create their darkness so much as amplify whatever was already flickering there. Then there are the fringe kids, Ralph Wiggum, Database, the nameless background children whose minds are already fragile. Bart's pranks routinely turn them into punchlines. Ralph is tricked, exposed and publicly humiliated, his confusion mined for laughter, as Bart pulls away the metaphorical football again and again. The evidence becomes clear that the series trains us to accept their suffering as disposable, a quick visual gag that resets by the next episode, even though, within any consistent reality, these would be formative traumas. And if we follow this line of thought, Bart's real superpower isn't pranking at all. It's derailing development, nudging other children off healthier paths and into loops of shame, violence, or arrested growth. And this becomes genuinely frightening when we jump forward into his alternate futures, where we finally see what happens when that corrupting influence has decades to mature, and when there's no reset button left. Future Bart. Washed up, criminal, and trapped in Springfield. If Bart's childhood already looks like a slow-motion derailment, his future episodes feel like the train wreck in progress, replayed with minor cosmetic changes. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at those non-canon and future-set stories where the show quietly answers the question the main timeline keeps dodging. What does Bart Simpson actually grow into? When examining the major future timeline episodes, a pattern appears almost immediately. In Lisa's wedding, Bart to the future, holidays of future past, and days of future future. Bart is almost always in Springfield, or pulled back toward it, drifting between dead-end jobs, failed relationships, and a semi-permanent presence in the Simpson home. He's a washed-up lounge musician, a burned-out divorced dad, a man with a criminal record and a reputation that never quite rises above underachiever and proud of it. Only now the slogan sounds tired rather than rebellious. Bart to the Future is often dismissed as a gag episode, but under this theory, it reads like an early blueprint. Adult Bart lives in a rundown cabin, fronts a terrible band at a casino, and survives on scams and the half-legal schemes. His childhood charm has curdled into con artist patter, and his pranks have become petty fraud, unpaid tabs, and chronically broken promises. Most telling is how his big dream is still fame without effort, as if his mind never updated past 4th grade, even while his body and police file did. Later, Holidays of Future Past and Days of Future Future refine this template rather than contradict it. We see Bart as a recently divorced father, living in the old family home, literally moving back into his childhood bedroom, while his own sons bounce between resentment and imitation. This mirrors how Homer's failures echo through Bart's youth. Now Bart's emotional absence, impulsivity, and avoidance of responsibility replay across another generation. According to this theory, the house itself becomes a kind of psychological gravity well, pulling him back into the exact environment that broke him. The show usually frames all of this as comedy. The jokes focus on Bart as the loser older brother to Lisa's success, the man-child crashing on Homer and Marge's couch, the ex-husband who can't quite manage co-parenting without causing chaos. But if we strip away the laugh track tone, the evidence becomes clear. Across wildly different future setups, Bart almost never escapes Springfield, never stabilizes, and never finishes the developmental arc that a healthier adult consciousness would require. Homer and Marge are always there, not as rescuers, but as fixtures. Homer's own stagnation normalizes Bart's. Marge's enabling blends concern with resignation. Bart's unresolved resentment toward Homer rarely erupts into open confrontation. Instead, it boomerangs inward as self-sabotage. He tanks relationships, dodges responsibility, and chooses short-term thrills that keep him orbiting the same few square miles of town. This theory suggests that the writers are signaling something darker than a running joke about arrested development. They are quietly telling us that Bart's path is locked, that the damage done in childhood is so entrenched that every alternate future loops back to the same endpoints: Springfield, failure, and a life half-lived. And some of those loops go further. There are timelines where Bart doesn't just stagnate, he escalates, drifting from petty scams into outright criminality and violence. Those are the futures we'll turn to next, where the prankster finally becomes the threat everyone predicted. Bart the criminal, gangs, jail cells, and the point of no return. Those futures where Bart escalates are not abstract. They are rooted in a long trail of episodes where his behavior stops being cheeky and becomes formally criminal, and the show quietly lets the legal system catch up to him. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at the moments where the Brat anagram hardens into a rap sheet. When examining Bart's record, the evidence becomes clear almost immediately. In Bart the Murderer, he falls in with Fat Tony's mob, first as a bartender and errand boy, then as an accessory to what appears to be a gangland execution. The boy who knew too much places him at the center of a felony assault trial. The wandering juvie has him committing large-scale wedding fraud and interstate escape, complete with handcuffs and transport buses. Even Separate Vocations frames his vandalism spree at the school as something closer to terrorism than pranking, with lockers destroyed, records ruined, and Skinner reading out a list of charges that sound like they belong in an adult courtroom. Most telling is how the series lingers on the machinery of punishment. We see Bart fingerprinted, photographed, march through holding cells, and explicitly threatened with juvenile detention. In The Wandering Juvie, the intake sequence is played for laughs, strip searches alluded to, a guard's barking orders, but the camera still walks us through barred doors slamming behind a 10-year-old. According to this theory, the joke structure functions like a sedative, softening what is, in narrative terms, a child being processed by institutions designed for violent adults. The gang stories make this even darker. Bart the murderer, again, is the template. Bart is recruited in a single afternoon, adapts instantly to mob routines, and only questions the morality of his new family when his own life is on the line. This mirrors how neglected kids in the real world gravitate toward groups that offer simple rules and unconditional acceptance, even if those rules involve arson, extortion, or worse. The show repeats the pattern in smaller ways with Kearney, Jimbo, and Dolph, where Bart eagerly mimics their shoplifting, car smashing, and an organized bullying, treating criminality as a kind of social currency. Future timelines simply extend that trajectory to its logical endpoint. In the several flash-forwards, Bart is depicted as washed up, semi-homeless, or outright incarcerated, his orange shirt replaced by an orange jumpsuit, his sarcasm dulled into resignation. What if those glimpses are not throwaway gags, but the dream logic of a continuity where his brain, already damaged by Springfield's toxins, cannot course-correct away from the path everyone predicted for him? Throughout all of this, the tone stays deceptively light. Funny mugshots, slapstick police chases, Homer cheering or panicking in the background. Yet under the comedy sits a specific horror, a child repeatedly colliding with carceral systems, absorbing the label criminal into his developing consciousness, and then snapping back to status quo with no real growth. This theory suggests that the damage still accumulates, just not where we're looking. If Bart's outward crimes are one half of the story, the next section turns inward toward the self-sabotage, guilt, and quiet despair that reveal what those jail cells really did to his mind. Self-sabotage is a lifestyle. Bart's war against his own potential. If the jail cells showed us the external damage, Bart's real prison is internal. His darkest pattern isn't what he does to Springfield, but what he keeps doing to himself over and over, as if failure is the only outcome that feels safe. When examining Bart's life across the series, we repeatedly see episodes where he's handed a genuine path out, only to methodically light it on fire. In Bart Gets an F, he finally studies, prays, and almost passes, touching real academic competence for the first time. He improves, but the narrative still snaps him back to the underachiever role. Later, in Bart the Genius, a faulty IQ test lands him in a gifted school, where teachers treat him as intelligent and peers engage him earnestly. Yet he grows so uncomfortable with that version of himself that he deliberately exposes the mistake and retreats to his old classroom, choosing humiliation over the risk of being seen as smart. This theory suggests that Bart's relationship with education is less about laziness and more about identity terror. He loudly brands himself underachiever and proud of it. But the pride feels defensive, a shield against a world that has already labeled him broken, Success would require betraying the mythology he has built around himself as the bad kid, the class clown, the boy who cannot be reached. The evidence becomes clear in episodes where he briefly excels, like learning ballet, languages, or even golf, only to sabotage the situation the moment someone frames it as potential, as a future, as something he could sustain. Most telling is how he reacts when adults genuinely believe in him. Mrs. Crabapple occasionally defends Bart to other staff. Marge pushes for special tutoring. Even Homer, in rare moments, expresses real pride or hope. Instead of basking in that warmth, Bart often responds with visible discomfort, escalating misbehavior, or outright escape. It is as if their faith in him creates a kind of unbearable pressure and a spotlight that threatens to expose how frightened he is of trying and failing in full view of the people he loves. According to this theory, Bart finds it psychologically safer to confirm everyone's low expectations than to risk the vulnerability of real effort. If he never truly tries, then every F, every detention, every suspension can be played off as a joke, a prank, a choice. What if the real horror is that Bart has learned to preemptively destroy his own opportunities, so no one else gets the chance to take them away? In this video, when we trace that pattern forward into the future timelines, the washed-up adult Bart we see in dystopian flash-forwards stops looking like a gag and starts resembling the logical endpoint of chronic self-sabotage. The older Bart sleeping on other people's couches, drifting through failed jobs and broken relationships, mirrors how the child Bart kept voluntarily stepping away from every door that opened. It is not that reality is impossibly cruel to him. It is that his mind has been trained to flinch from hope. And that leads to a more chilling question. If Bart is willing to wreck his own future before it can form, what happens when the show briefly hands him control over someone else's destiny? When he's a hall monitor, a big brother figure, or even a temporary authority in Springfield? The next section turns to those moments, and the results are not comforting. When the prankster becomes the boss, Bart in power positions. When Bart finally gets what he claims to want, control, the tone of the show shifts in a way that feels less like comedy and more like a stress dream. We're no longer just watching a prankster lash out at authority. We're watching what happens when that damaged impulse is handed a badge, a title, or a captive audience. Across the series, there are several episodes where the power dynamic tilts in Bart's favor, and the evidence becomes clear. He becomes class president in The President Wore Pearls, hall monitor in Sweet Seymour Skinner's Bardast's Song, de facto ringleader of the safety patrol in The Yellow Badge of Courage, a temporary teacher in Bart Gets a Zed, and the unquestioned commander of younger kids and neighborhood gangs in episodes like The Telltale Head and Brother's Little Helper. On paper, these are chances for him to prove adults wrong. In practice, they become controlled environments for cruelty. When examining how Bart behaves once he's in charge, a pattern emerges. He rarely uses authority to fix the broken systems he complains about. Instead, he weaponizes it, turning institutional power into a more efficient delivery system for the same pranks and vendettas he would have carried out from the margins. As hall monitor, he doesn't dismantle Skinner's petty surveillance state. He refines it, choosing who gets punished, who gets spared, and who gets humiliated in ways that feel personal rather than principled. Most telling is how the show frames an episode where Bart becomes part of the school's official enforcement structure. According to this theory, when he's elevated, whether with an armband, a sash, or a clipboard, he instantly replicates the exact oppressive routines he claims to hate. Arbitrary detentions, public shaming, and the constant threat of being written up for minor infractions. This mirrors how the adults treat him, but with one disturbing twist. Bart seems to enjoy the moment when someone else flinches. Younger kids initially respond to Bart's leadership with awe. To them, he's the cool older boy who talks back to teachers, outruns Homer, and lives in a permanent Saturday morning. But as he starts using his new status to draft them into schemes, assign blame, or sacrifice them to avoid his own punishment, admiration curdles into fear or disappointment. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how, according to this theory, Bart literally does not know how to exist without someone beneath him. If no adult is pushing him down, he will find a smaller target. In this theory suggests the show is quietly warning us. If Bart ever truly won and took control of Springfield's institutions, its school, its police force, even its nuclear plant, the resulting reality would be indistinguishable from the cruelty he claims to rebel against. And if that's what he does with a hall pass, what happens when the constraints of canon fall away? The next section follows Bart into the non-canon futures and Halloween episodes, where there are no principals, no parents, and no reset button to keep his darkest impulses from finally completing the nightmare. Treehouse of Horror. Bart, the monster the canon keeps, hinting at. If the hall pass lets Bart test the limits of school authority, the Halloween and non-canon episodes show us what happens when there is no authority at all. In those stories, the brakes come off, and the character the writers keep hinting at in canon is allowed to fully mutate into a monster. When examining Bart's Treehouse of Horror history, a pattern emerges. We get telekinetic Bart who can rewrite reality with a thought, evil twin narratives that split his conscience in half, demon-spawn Bart literally born of hell, and dystopian futures where his choices help bring Springfield to the brink. On the surface, these are just seasonal jokes, exaggerated horror parodies dropped into an impossible anthology. But in this video, we treat them as magnified X-rays of the same psyche we see in the main timeline, only stripped of consequence and adult supervision. One of the clearest examples is the Twilight Zone pastiche, where Bart has godlike psychic powers and punishes anyone who displeases him. In that episode, a stray thought can turn a neighbor into a grotesque creature, erase a teacher, or twist the family home into a prison of fear. Most telling is how everyone walks on eggshells around him, forced to smile, flatter, and reassure him that every decision is real good. This mirrors how, in the regular series, Bart controls the social ecosystem of the school through threats, pranks, and humiliation, weaponizing his popularity and chaos so that teachers, bullies, and even Homer adapt themselves around his volatility. According to this theory, the evil twin stories are even more revealing. When the show introduces Hugo or other dark doubles, it externalizes Bart's most homicidal impulses into a separate body, a convenient scapegoat that allows the narrative to explore a truly murderous Bart without technically staining the brand. The twin becomes the one who wants to cut, maim, or devour, while the Bart we know looks tame by comparison, even though the jokes and staging constantly blur the line between which boy is really the mistake. Demon Child and Apocalypse segments push the same idea to its endpoint. In several Halloween episodes and future timelines, Bart either helps trigger catastrophe, rides the chaos as a gleeful participant, or survives at the top of the new food chain. The evidence becomes clear when we notice how often these stories end with him unpunished, crowned, or at least comfortably adapted to the nightmare he helped create. The universe bends, people die, reality cracks, and Bart shrugs. What if those are not throwaway gags, but the writers quietly admitting what the main continuity will not? That when institutions fail to contain him, and Bart's worst self wins. And if that's the case in a Halloween anthology, the real horror is what happens in the real Springfield, where the school system keeps handing him back his slingshot and calling it detention. School as a failed containment unit. Bart versus the system. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at Springfield Elementary, not as a colourful backdrop, but as the first and most important containment unit that fails. The town hands Bart over to this building every weekday, trusting that the institution will civilize him, diagnose him, or at least slow him down. Instead, according to this theory, it becomes the perfect ecosystem for his worst impulses, a place where punishment is constant, but change is impossible. When examining Principal Skinner, the pattern becomes almost mechanical. Bart disrupts class. Skinner delivers a solemn lecture. Detention is assigned. And by the next episode, nothing in Bart's consciousness has shifted at all. We see suspensions, threats of expulsion, even that infamous prediction that Bart is heading for a criminal future. Yet there is no sustained intervention. No attempt to understand why this 10-year-old is locked into self-sabotage. Most telling is how Skinner's authority depends on Bart remaining incorrigible. Without the boy's chaos, his role as stern disciplinarian collapses into total irrelevance. This mirrors how the faculty at large interact with Bart. Mrs. Krabappel, burned out and chain-smoking at her desk, marks him down as a lost cause almost from the beginning. The evidence becomes clear in episodes where she openly mocks his intelligence, inflates grades out of pity or exhaustion, or allows him to coast because challenging him would require a level of emotional labor she no longer possesses. Other teachers follow the same pattern. They are either too cynical, too overworked, or too jaded to do anything except shuffle Bart along, teaching him that adults are powerless gatekeepers whose rules can be bent, bribed, or simply outweighted. Whenever the school attempts an innovative solution, the horror deepens. Bart is sent to therapists, placed in special programs, or enrolled in experimental classes that promise to finally decode his mind. In each episode, the structure collapses under bureaucracy, budget cuts, or sheer incompetence, or else Bart sabotages the process the moment it threatens his identity as the rebel. A psychologist gets distracted, a gifted program is defunded, and a behavioral contract is reduced to paperwork no one reads. On paper, Springfield Elementary is trying. In practice, it is generating more elaborate stages on which Bart can perform the same role. This theory suggests that the relationship is symbiotic in the worst way. Bart needs the school to define himself against, a rigid authority to push back on so he never has to confront the emptier question of who he is without the pranks. The school, in turn, needs Bart as the living embodiment of the problem child, the justification for detentions, assemblies, and Skinner's nightly reports to the superintendent. Both sides are trapped in a mutually destructive loop, replaying the same disciplinary theatre until it begins to feel less like education and more like a ritual. And if the institution designed to contain and correct Bart only ends up rehearsing his damage, who is left to stop the escalation? The next part of this video turns away from the lockers and hallways and walks back to the yellow house on Evergreen Terrace. where the family is both the original cause and the most tragic failed cure, starting with Homer. Homer and Bart, violence, imitation, and the making of a menace. When we walk back into that yellow house, the atmosphere changes. The chaos of the school suddenly looks like a rehearsal space for something that began much earlier, in the living room, on the couch, with Homer's hands around Bart's neck. The strangling gag is one of the show's oldest loops. Short setup, Bart misbehaves, Homer lunges, fingers clamped, eyes bulging, tongue out, the catchphrase, "Why you little ooh." In the laugh track of our memory, it plays as slapstick, but when examining it through this darker lens, the evidence becomes clear. This is a father repeatedly attempting to choke his child in moments of unfiltered rage. His first instinct not discipline or dialogue, but direct, hands-on throttling. Early on, Bart's response is fear. He gurgles, claws at Homer's wrists, his voice strangled and panicked, the scene framed as a temporary loss of control from an oafish parent. Over time, though, something more disturbing happens. Bart starts delivering one-liners while being choked, rolling his eyes, treating the attack as background noise. The violence becomes a routine, so normalized that the victim participates in the bit. According to this theory, that shift marks a crucial psychological break. The move from terror to flippant acceptance, and then to mimicry. We see that mimicry in the way Bart treats those beneath him in Springfield's hierarchy. He bullies Martin, torments Milhouse, and weaponizes humiliation against Skinner, using pranks that are less about laughter and more about control. This mirrors how Homer asserts dominance through sudden, explosive contact. Bart rarely strangles others physically, but he strangles their dignity, their safety, their sense of stability, because that is how love and attention have been modeled to him inside the family home. In this video, we're also going to be taking a look at how Bart idolizes Homer's recklessness. He watches his father drink to blackout, pick fights with strangers, quit jobs in spectacular fashion, and treat responsibility as a temporary inconvenience that can be dodged with a joke. Episodes where Bart proudly imitates Homer's drinking gestures or cheers on Homer's impulsive schemes read differently through this theory. Homer's self-destruction becomes Bart's template for masculinity, a script that says real men numb themselves, lash out, and run away. There are, of course, moments of genuine connection. Homer teaches Bart to shave. They bond over a shared scam. They cry together after a rare success. But most telling is how quickly those scenes are undercut by a new gag, a relapse into strangling, or Homer forgetting the lesson by the next episode, reinforcing that in this reality, stability is temporary and chaos is the norm. And this theory suggests that Homer's own unresolved trauma and profound stupidity create the soil where Bart's darker traits grow unchecked, with Marge overwhelmed, stretched thin, and often reduced to pleading from the sidelines. If your abuser is also your role model, what does that do to your consciousness? The next part of this video explores how that contradiction seeps inward, feeding Bart's rare, unsettling flashes of self-awareness and the guilt he can never quite escape. Moments of crippling guilt. When Bart realizes what he is. If Marge's exhaustion creates the soil, then Bart's guilt is the thing that occasionally breaks through the surface, like something ugly trying to claw its way into the light. There are episodes where the show stops laughing with him, and, for a few uncomfortable minutes, Ike invites us to watch a child realize he has actually hurt someone. We see this in Bart the General, when his campaign against Nelson escalates from prank war to organized violence, and the victory feels strangely hollow on Bart's face. In Bart Gets an F, his academic failure stops being a joke when he breaks down sobbing, confronted with the harm his behavior has done to his own future. Bart the mother lingers on his horror when the eggs he nurtures hatch into lizards that devastate the local ecosystem, while the heartbroken kid turns his junk food addiction into literal cardiac damage. Most telling is how these episodes pause on his expression, on the silence after the punchline, as if the series accidentally remembers that consequences exist. When examining his darkest guilt, how many fans return to Lisa's substitute and Lisa on ice. But an especially revealing case is Lisa's sax. Bart destroys Lisa's saxophone, the object that symbolizes her identity and escape from the family's chaos. At first, he laughs it off, hiding behind the usual shrugging persona, insisting it was just an accident and letting Homer's anger and Lisa's grief swirl around him like background noise. Then the denial starts to crack. As Lisa's crying continues, the camera holds on Bart longer than usual, letting us see the micro-expressions, the flinch when she calls the sax her only friend, the way his eyes drop when Marge explains how hard they worked to buy it. This theory suggests that we are watching Bart's defenses fail in real time, his mind forced to acknowledge that this is not a prank that resets by next week, but a wound to Lisa's sense of self. According to this theory, Bart's guilt is rarely a noble moral awakening. It is a crushing, suffocating weight he wants to escape as fast as possible. He lies, distracts, doubles down on chaos, anything to outrun the feeling. In Bart Sells His Soul, his elaborate scheme to reclaim the soul he mocked becomes less about belief and more about panic, as if his own consciousness is turning against him. On rare occasions, the mask fully slips. Bart cries, apologizes, or sits in visible shame, like in Bart Gets an F, or when he confesses to ruining Lisa's science project in Bart the Genius. This mirrors how trauma responses work in real life. Intense insight, followed by rapid retreat. The show restores the status quo almost immediately. Grades are bumped, projects are replaced, and the evidence of long-term damage is quietly erased. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at these moments as leaks in the persona. According to this theory, the real Bart is a frightened child who knows he is hurting people but feels trapped in the role everyone expects. The bad kid, the future criminal, the boy who ruins things. What if the weight of that prediction is its own prison? What if the guilt itself becomes another form of entrapment? The evidence becomes clear when we look at his rare, intense grabs at redemption, risking himself for Lisa, sacrificing popularity, taking the blame to protect someone else. Those flashes suggest another Bart, one who could have grown into something different in another environment. In the next section, we'll follow that alternate path and examine the strange, yet almost heroic versions of Bart that surface when he briefly tries to break the loop. Bart's brief redemption arcs, the boy he almost becomes. Those alternate versions of Bart don't stay hypothetical for long. The series occasionally lets them bleed into the main continuity through brief, unsettling redemption arcs, where the boy who ruins things suddenly becomes the one who holds everything together, if only for an episode. When examining these moments, the evidence becomes clear that the show knows exactly how dangerous Bart's potential really is. We see it in Bart Gets an F, where he studies until he cries, begging some unseen force not to let him fail, and briefly, through sheer effort and terror of permanent academic ruin, he almost passes. We see it in Bart the General, as he organizes resistance against Nelson's bullying, redirecting his chaos into strategy, leadership, and protection of weaker kids. The same pattern appears when he protects Lisa from social annihilation in Lisa's First Word, or when he confesses to destroying Lisa's Thanksgiving centerpiece, even though silence would have kept him out of trouble. 2 episodes stand out as especially disturbing under this lens. In Bart Sells His Soul, he spends the first half treating the concept of a soul as a joke, but once he experiences a creeping emptiness, automatic doors not recognizing him, no laughter at his pranks, a sense that reality itself no longer responds. His better nature is triggered by pure existential fear. He humbles himself, works, bargains, and ultimately begs Lisa for help. Demonstrating empathy and spiritual self-awareness the series rarely acknowledges. Most telling is how the episode frames his restoration. The return of his soul doesn't just make him happy, it makes him capable of caring. Then there is Bart the Mother, where Bart accidentally kills a bird, is consumed by guilt, and chooses to raise its eggs, sacrificing his own comfort and free time to nurture life. He feeds, protects, and defends them from adults who dismiss his efforts, clinging to a fragile promise that he can undo at least one piece of harm he caused. This mirrors how, in this video, we've been tracing Bart's damage back to environmental and emotional neglect. When an adult finally extends him a sliver of trust, he becomes almost painfully responsible. For a brief window in these stories, Bart is not the chaos agent, but the hero. The episodes invite us to imagine a version of Bart who channels his restless mind into strategy, compassion, or even spirituality. And according to this theory, those glimpses are not anomalies, but glimpses of an alternate developmental track his consciousness keeps brushing against. What if this is the real Bart, trapped beneath the prankster persona the town demands from him? But the changes never stick. The next episode resets him to the familiar delinquent, as if the universe itself snaps the rubber band of his identity back into place. Episodic storytelling provides the mechanical explanation, yet in universe, this theory suggests a more sinister force, a social and environmental gravity well, where Homer's incompetence, the school's contempt, Isa and Springfield's toxins all conspire to drag Bart down whenever he climbs toward the light. The eerie undertone is that the more we see what Bart is capable of at his best, the more tragic his default state becomes. He is not incapable of growth. He is interrupted. If he can almost become a better person but never quite get there, what does that imply about the darkest possible version of his future self that the show only hints at in passing? The unseen endgame. Hints of Bart's worst possible future. If Bart is always interrupted before he becomes his best self, the series quietly answers the question of what happens when the interruption never stops. Scattered across decades, in the background gags and throwaway lines, we keep seeing glimpses of an endgame for Bart that goes beyond washed-up loser and edges into something closer to a missing person poster. When examining the early seasons, we already hear adults predicting this. Teachers, counselors, even passing authority figures casually tell Bart he is destined for prison, for an early grave, for permanent criminality. It is framed as a joke, but the repetition is unnerving. The school psychologist warns that his file suggests a future of delinquency. Skinner describes him as the kind of boy who will end up in the system. According to this theory, those early lines are not just comic pessimism. They are the show's first attempt to script a fate it will keep circling back to. As the series experiments with future episodes, that fate begins to crystallize in the margins. And we get the obvious versions first. Bart as a divorced, alcoholic deadbeat, or as a middle-aged underachiever sleeping on someone's couch. But if we pause on the backgrounds, the evidence becomes clear that the writers imagine worse outcomes. A newspaper headline will reference a spate of unsolved juvenile crimes. A photo montage will conspicuously lack Bart in family gatherings, as if he has disappeared from their lives in a way no one wants to name out loud. In some timelines, he is literally absent while everyone else has aged into their roles. Lisa is a successful professional. Homer and Marge are older and diminished. Maggie is grown, and Bart is either off-screen, mentioned as being away, or reduced to a one-line gag about legal trouble or rehab. This mirrors how the show treats other lost characters. They simply stop appearing, and their absence becomes its own kind of ghost story. The implication is that Bart's trajectory does not end in stable failure. It ends in removal. Most telling is how these ominous hints are almost always played as one-off jokes. A future Marge sighs about your brother, wherever he is now. A background TV report mentions a string of petty crimes committed by an unnamed man matching Bart's age. In this video, we are treating these not as isolated punchlines, but as puzzle pieces that, once assembled, outline a pattern of isolation, addiction, and low-level crime that never quite rises to tragedy, yet never escapes it either. Across multiple timelines and realities, this theory suggests that Bart never finds a coherent identity beyond being the screw-up. Whether he is drunk at Moe's, scamming relatives, or simply missing from the family home, the constants are disconnection and a refusal of closure. It is as if the writers are, consciously or not, punishing him for decades of narrative misbehavior by denying him any truly happy ending, in any speculative future, in any dream of what his life could become. If Homer is trapped in his own mind, then Bart seems trapped in everyone else's expectation that he will fail. The next section steps back from the diegetic evidence and asks a more unsettling question. Why does the show need Bart to stay broken? And what does it reveal about us, as viewers, that we keep laughing while we watch him fall? Why Bart can never heal? The meta-trap of an eternal 10-year-old. To answer that question, we have to leave Springfield for a moment and look at the machinery behind it. Bart is not just trapped in his school or in his family. He is trapped in the show's business model, in a narrative loop that demands he remain 10 years old forever, so the episodes can keep resetting like a recurring dream. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at that loop as its own kind of horror. The core metafact is simple and brutal. Bart never ages, never graduates, never really moves beyond 4th grade, because the entire storytelling engine depends on him staying the same chaotic 10-year-old for as long as The Simpsons exists. The merchandising needs the spiky-haired brat. The catchphrases need the prankster. The network needs a version of Bart who can be dropped into any rerun without context, frozen in an eternal present that looks light-hearted on the surface and deeply claustrophobic underneath. And when examining his so-called growth episodes, the evidence becomes clear. Any time Bart seems to change, when he confesses to ruining Lisa's science project, when he joins the Scouts, when he briefly excels at golf, when he feels real guilt for indirectly causing injuries or destroying someone's future, the lesson has an expiration date. By the next episode, the slate is wiped clean. Teachers forget, the family forgets, and Bart himself forgets, because the formula demands it. Most telling is how even his biggest redemption arcs the ones that feel like genuine turning points, are quietly overwritten by the next week's mischief. This theory suggests that the show weaponizes that stasis. As the decades go on, the writers have to push further to find new angles on the same boy, so the pranks gradually darken. More elaborate cruelty towards Skinner, more destructive lies, more episodes where Bart ruins lives and then stands in the wreckage with a stunned, hollow expression. According to this theory, the absence of lasting consequences doesn't make these stories harmless. It normalizes escalation because the reset button makes it impossible to track the cumulative damage. What if the real horror is not any single episode where Bart goes too far, but the knowledge that he is condemned to repeat variations of those moments endlessly? What if his consciousness, as a character, is stretched across hundreds of timelines where he almost learns, almost heals, and then is snapped back into place so the next joke will still land? This mirrors how we, as viewers, participate. We want the comfort of familiar Bart, the brat whose name literally anagrams to brat, the boy who will always skateboard past the same nuclear plant and shout the same lines, so we unconsciously vote against his healing every time we tune in for more of the same chaos. We have seen how Bart's darkness operates inside his world, and now inside the metastructure that keeps him small. In the next section, we'll start stitching these layers together, tracing how environmental horror, family trauma, and narrative entrapment converge into a final unsettling portrait of who Bart Simpson really is beneath the catchphrases and the merchandise smile. The boy who wouldn't grow up. Bart's permanent childhood curse. If Bart is the product of chaos, then the strangest thing is how that chaos never ages. For more than 3 decades, he has been trapped in the same classroom, arm in the same desk, under the same fluorescent lights at Springfield Elementary, as if time itself hit pause on one particular 4th grade year and refused to let go. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at the idea that this isn't just a sitcom convenience, but a deliberate narrative curse. Bart is frozen at the exact developmental moment where cruelty, impulsivity, and the first flickers of self-awareness collide. A point in childhood where the mind is old enough to understand harm in flashes, but not old enough to integrate that understanding into lasting change. According to this theory, the show has identified the most volatile psychological setting for Bart and locked the dial there forever. When examining his earliest episodes, the evidence becomes clear. In those season 1 to 3 stories, we see the pure chaos era. Prank calls to Moe that border on harassment, calculated humiliation of Skinner, gleeful exploitation of Homer's temper, all delivered with a smirk that still lacks adult empathy. Yet scattered throughout are moments of piercing remorse, like when Bart believes he has killed Skinner with a cherry bomb, or when he sees Lisa's crushed expression after he destroys her carefully built diorama. He feels something. He just never gets to stay in that feeling for long. Most telling is how the series repeatedly flirts with growth, then hits a cosmic reset. Bart will confess, sacrifice, or even accept punishment in one episode, only for the next week to return him to the same desk, the same grades, the same patterns of sin without redemption. This mirrors how a dream can present a life-changing revelation, only for us to wake up and find our behavior unchanged. This theory suggests that Bart is denied the normal arc where guilt accumulates, consequences compound, and a child slowly reshapes their identity around what they have done. The result is a disturbing loop. Bart ruins Krabappel's career, sabotages Lisa's achievements, indirectly injures classmates, even derails entire futures in those darker plot lines. But the long tail of consequence never fully arrives. He remembers just enough to be haunted, not enough to evolve. What if that's the point? What if the show itself functions as a kind of prison, an impossible narrative structure designed to keep him in this psychological sweet spot, where he is always old enough to do real damage, yet forever too young to truly grow past it? In that sense, Springfield becomes less a town and more a containment field for Bart's arrested development, a looping fourth grade that protects the outside world by absorbing his chaos. The next section will follow the cracks in that containment, tracing how future set and alternate timeline episodes accidentally reveal what Bart might have become if the prison walls of eternal childhood ever actually came down. Future Bart, Broken Bart, the washed-up loser timelines. If the eternal fourth grade is the cage, then the future timeline episodes are the leaked endings, the moments where the show quietly opens Bart's file and lets us read the last page. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at those fractured futures, where the spell breaks, the calendar finally moves, and Bart has to live with the traits that were once protected by cartoon immortality. When examining Bart to the future, the tone is deceptively light, but the subtext is brutal. Adult Bart is a failed musician living in a treehouse-level apartment, dodging rent, drifting from scam to scam, and clinging to the same lazy charm that once got him out of detention. That episode doesn't reward him with rockstar rebellion. It leaves him as a dependent leech on Lisa's presidency, literally camping out in the White House and treating his sister's success as an ATM. This mirrors how, as a child, he sabotages her achievements and then hides behind a smirk, relying on her empathy to reset the relationship. Other futures deepen the pattern. In future drama, we see teenage and early adult Bart as academically stunted, are trapped in a dead-end job at the Quickie Mart, already divorced from gender, and unable to commit to anything except his own short-term pleasure. His breakup isn't framed as tragic romance. It's the obvious outcome of a boy who learned, across hundreds of episodes, that you can blow up your life and the credits will roll before the consequences arrive. According to this theory, these futures are the universe finally refusing to cut to commercial. Most telling is how almost none of these timelines present Bart as a glamorous outlaw. He isn't a cool punk icon. He's a washed-up loser. We see him drunk at midday, humiliated in front of his kids, or begging Lisa for help with rent or legal trouble. The evidence becomes clear when we line these scenes up against his childhood habits of avoidance and sabotage, cheating on tests, framing others, or running from responsibility, while Marge and Lisa clean up the mess. The future episodes simply remove the safety net and let those behaviors run to their logical endpoint. This theory suggests that the writers are staging subconscious confessions. They know that Bart's behavior is not harmless mischief preserved in amber. It is an arrested personality that, in any stable reality, would harden into regret, wasted potential, and a constant low-grade shame. The joke of underachiever and proud of it quietly curdles into a man who never achieved anything and can no longer convincingly pretend he's proud. What makes these timelines quietly horrifying is how much Bart still leans on the same emotional crutches. In multiple futures, he collapses into Lisa's orbit, using her stability as a shield from a world that finally expects adulthood. In others, he returns to Marge, who continues to mother a grown man, offering comfort while his failures drain her energy and resources. This mirrors how his childhood chaos already consumes the family's bandwidth, with Homer's rage Marge's anxiety, and Lisa's depression all bending around his unresolved problems. If these are the soft endings, where Bart only ruins his own life and exhausts the people who love him, the next set of futures takes the logic one step further. The next section will explore darker branches of the timeline, where Bart doesn't just fail himself. He becomes something actively dangerous, a catalyst for harm in whatever fragile reality Springfield has left. The criminal path, gangs, graffiti, and Bart's near miss with real crime. If Bart can grow into a passive disappointment, he can also grow into something far more active and predatory. To see that version, we have to go back to where his criminal identity first takes shape: the walls of Springfield, and the 3 letters that turn a bored child into an urban legend. Bart's graffiti persona, El Barto, is usually framed as a harmless tag, a visual punchline in the background of an episode. But when examining it as the origin story of a repeat offender, the implications shift. El Barto is anonymous, prolific, and territorial, showing up on schools, overpasses, even police property. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how that anonymous mark functions like a recruitment poster, inviting Bart into a world where his pranks have no face and no accountability. And this mirrors how real-world gangs use tags to test a kid's willingness to deface shared space before trusting them with anything heavier. From there, the show quietly surrounds him with older troublemakers who look suspiciously like handlers. He runs with Jimbo, Dolph, and Kearney, boys who smoke, steal, and casually threaten violence, and who treat Bart less like a peer and more like a promising intern in training. In the Mad Magazine episode, they drag him into shoplifting. In others, he helps them vandalize property, break curfew, or torment smaller kids. Most telling is how the camera lingers on Bart's expression during these group crimes. He looks thrilled, nervous, and hungry for approval, as if the real reward is not the stolen goods, but the brief sense of belonging. And when he escalates into direct theft and breaking and entering, the narrative keeps insisting it's still comedy. Bart steals video games, sneaks into restricted areas, and even participates in elaborate burglary-style set pieces. And the consequence is usually a grounding, a detention, or a quick reset by the next episode. According to this theory, the show's reset button reality functions like a dream, training Bart's mind to believe that nothing truly bad can stick. That criminal behavior exists in a cartoon physics of consequence where nobody really gets hurt. The evidence becomes clear when authority figures start spelling out the future. Principals, teachers, and even Dr. Hibbert openly predict that Bart is heading for juvenile hall or worse, and the series plays these lines as throwaway gags. Police mugshots of Bart appear more than once. Judges lecture him about his record. Skinner describes him as a future repeat offender, with the weary certainty of someone reading a sentence already written. What if these aren't jokes, but clinical assessments that the show nervously laughs over, because acknowledging them would snap the audience out of the dream? This theory suggests that Bart's criminal path is less about innate evil and more about attention. Stealing, tagging, and running with pseudo-gangs all deliver the same drug: instant validation in a reality where his family is distracted and his school is hostile. In a slightly harsher Springfield, with fewer sitcom safety rails, this exact behavioral pattern would not end in chalkboard punishments. It would end in a permanent record. The next question is unsettling. Has the series already shown us the Bart who fully crosses that line? Not in the main continuity, but in the broken futures and alternate realities where the jokes finally stop landing. Halloween as confession. Treehouse of Horrors real. Bart. According to this theory, we do not have to imagine that darker Bart. The series already quarantines him inside a yearly ritual. Treehouse of Horror, presented as harmless non-canon parody, becomes a kind of psychological X-ray of Bart's inner world, a place where the jokes stop needing to reset and his impulses are allowed to reach their logical conclusion. When examining Bart's roles across the Halloween anthology, a pattern emerges almost immediately, and in The Shinning, he is the telepathic child whose psychic bond with Willie is weaponized against Homer, and his first instinct with that power is not mercy, but to stand back and watch the family patriarch unravel. In Bad Dream House, Bart gleefully eggs on the malevolent architecture, taunting the entity as it tries to convince the family to murder each other, treating domestic annihilation as another prank. This theory suggests that whenever Bart is given even a hint of supernatural leverage, the fantasy turns almost reflexively toward domination and cruelty. The clearest expression of that is Bart's Nightmare, where he becomes an omnipotent Twilight Zone tyrant who can read minds and reshape reality. Here, the Halloween label does not invent a new personality. It removes the network-friendly filter. Bart forces Homer into humiliating performances, transforms him into grotesque forms, and casually threatens death for minor annoyances. The episode exaggerates his everyday threats and tantrums into literal mind control, but the emotional logic is the same. A child who feels powerless over his life finally gets to rewrite reality, and the first thing he does is make the adult suffer. Most telling is how often those victims are his own family. In the main continuity, Bart jokes about strangling, abandoning, or replacing Homer, and the violence is usually mutual, framed as slapstick. In Treehouse segments, that same energy crystallizes. In Dial Z for Zombies, Bart raises the dead, unleashing an apocalypse that nearly kills his mother and sister, and treats the whole thing as an exciting science project. In The Bart Zone, he sends Homer crashing through the wall, mutilates Krusty, and holds Springfield hostage with a smile. The gap between the canon Bart who fantasizes about escape and the Halloween Bart who actually pulls the trigger starts to look very thin. This mirrors how his school resentment is processed. In normal episodes, Bart humiliates Skinner with pranks, graffiti, and public insubordination. In the Halloween frame, that same resentment escalates into lethal control. Alternate segments show teachers devoured, dismembered, or trapped under Bart's power, often with him as amused spectator or direct cause. The evidence becomes clear that Treehouse of Horror is less a playful what if and more a pressure valve, where the writers can safely explore what Bart's consciousness would do if Springfield's impossible. Our dream logic finally bent in his favor. If that is true, then one segment becomes especially chilling because it stages Bart's darkest wish about his family almost coming true. In the next part of this video, we're going to be taking a look at how that single Halloween story connects back to a quieter canonical moment where Bart openly imagines a world without Homer, and the universe seems disturbingly willing to listen. When Bart wants Homer dead, patricide as a running joke. That quieter moment comes in Bart gets an F, when Bart, alone with his report card and the weight of his own failure, briefly imagines Homer simply not being there. It is not staged as a Halloween nightmare or a sci-fi twist, but as a tired child's daydream, where the loudest, most dangerous presence in the house is removed from the equation, and the silence that follows feels to him like peace. When examining the broader series, that fantasy is not an isolated impulse. Across decades, we repeatedly see Bart picturing enabling or benefiting from Homer's suffering in ways that go well beyond slapstick. In Homer Defined, Bart casually watches as Homer is humiliated over the meltdown incident and appears almost pleased that the balance of power has shifted. In Homer the Vigilante, Bart gleefully turns Homer's incompetence into a liability, steering him into danger. In Homer's Enemy, he stands by while Frank Grimes's rage focuses on Homer, as if the universe itself is punishing his father on Bart's behalf. The evidence becomes clear that the show keeps returning to this dynamic. Homer in pain, Bart either orchestrating it or quietly absorbing the benefits. According to this theory, that pattern cannot be separated from the strangling. Being routinely throttled by a parent is not a throwaway gag. It is a repeated act of asphyxiation that Bart's developing mind is forced to normalize. This theory suggests that Bart's violent fantasies toward Homer are the psychic recoil of that abuse, a subconscious counterattack that can only be expressed through safe cartoon violence. Homer's hands close around Bart's neck, and in response, Bart's imagination closes around Homer's existence, squeezing him out of the picture in dreams, cutaways, and alternate timelines. Most telling is how this hostility escalates in future and Halloween realities. In Bart to the Future, an older Bart has become a washed-up drifter whose life failures echo Homer's, and his interactions with his father are tinged with open contempt, as though he recognizes Homer not just as a parent, but as the template that ruined him. In Treehouse of Horror, segments like The Shinning and Bad Dream House, Bart's telepathy and psychic sensitivity amplify that resentment, nudging Homer toward madness or death, with Bart often more amused than horrified. In this video, we are going to be taking a look at how those supposedly non-canon stories function as emotional truth, exaggerated, but revealing what the characters cannot say in the main continuity. In that light, Homer and Bart's relationship begins to look like a mutually destructive loop. Homer vents his frustration physically, strangling and striking instead of communicating, while Bart increasingly imagines and occasionally engineers scenarios where Homer is punished, humiliated, or erased from his reality. This mirrors how cycles of abuse often generate revenge fantasies in children, not as conscious murder plots, but as recurring images of what if they were just gone? What if the yelling stopped? What if the hands never reached for your throat again? If Homer's presence is both protection and threat, then Bart's mind solves the paradox by erasing him in imagination first. The next pattern we need to follow is even more unsettling, because the show quietly hints that Bart's annihilating impulse does not end with Homer. Under enough pressure, it could extend to the rest of the family as well. Turning on Lisa. When brotherly teasing becomes psychological warfare, if Bart's annihilating impulse can theoretically engulf the whole family, the most disturbing test case is the one person he claims to love the most. Lisa is not just his sister, she is his favorite laboratory. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how Bart gradually refines brotherly teasing into something closer to psychological warfare, aimed directly at Lisa's sense of self. When examining their dynamic across decades, the pattern is not just pranks, but precision strikes. In Lisa on Ice, Bart does not merely mock her athletic clumsiness. He weaponizes the crowd, chanting, "You're a loser," at the exact moment she is desperate for approval, turning a childhood game into a public referendum on her worth. In Lisa's Rival, he gleefully feeds her insecurity about Allison, stoking her fear of being replaced as the smart one, until Lisa is sabotaging a little girl's science project, behaving like the bully she's terrified of becoming. The joke lands, but the evidence becomes clear that Bart's goal is not laughter, but destabilization. This theory suggests that Bart's worst behavior toward Lisa appears when she is closest to transcending the family's limits. In Lisa the Vegetarian, as Lisa reaches for a new ethical identity, Bart and Homer stage the infamous roast pig spectacle, not simply as a gag, but as a ritual humiliation of her compassion, literally firing her values out of a cannon. In Lisa's Substitute, when she briefly finds a nurturing male role model, Bart undercuts her confession of love with crude mockery, dragging her back from the edge of emotional escape. He gains nothing tangible. What he protects is the existing hierarchy, where Lisa's needs are always a little too much. According to this theory, Bart's cruelty is a defensive reflex against abandonment. Every time Lisa moves toward a healthier consciousness, through music, activism, or academic success, he sabotages her, exposing her crush in Lisa's date with Density, broadcasting her secret fears in Bart versus Lisa versus the third grade, or turning her environmental crusades into punchlines. This mirrors how the show itself resets any progress. Bart's mind and the series' reality converge on the same rule. No one leaves Springfield, not really. Most telling is how Lisa occasionally names the horror, only for the dream to snap back. She calls Bart a selfish, insensitive jerk, a bully, a saboteur in scattered episodes, and for a moment the spell breaks. We see a child recognizing that her brother is not just mischievous, but systematically eroding her trust in herself. Then the next episode arrives. The slate is wiped clean, and the emotional scar tissue is folded into the background radiation of the family. What happens then, in the futures, where Lisa finally does escape? What kind of Bart is left behind when his favorite target and secret emotional anchor is gone? Lisa leaves, Bart stays. The abandoned brother in future timelines. Those futures quietly answer that question, and the answer is not comforting. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at the timelines where Lisa finally climbs out of the Simpson gravity well, while Bart just keeps orbiting the same burned-out star. When examining the future-focused episodes, a pattern emerges that is easy to laugh off on first viewing and harder to ignore in aggregate. In Lisa's Wedding, Lisa becomes an accomplished student at a prestigious university, engaged to a charming British aristocrat, while Bart is introduced as a community college dropout, working a dead-end demolition job and still living close enough to the old house that he can just wander through it. The joke is that he's a loser. The evidence becomes clear, though, that what we are really seeing is an abandoned child in an adult body, pacing the ruins. Later futures intensify this split. In Bart to the Future, Lisa is President of the United States, navigating impossible economic crises with a tired competence, while Bart drifts through the White House as a kind of state-sponsored couch surfer. He raids the fridge, sleeps in a guest room, and treats the most powerful office in the country as an extension of his childhood living room. This theory suggests that Bart's consciousness never left that living room at all. The world changed, Lisa changed, but his internal reality stayed trapped in the same arrested, prank-obsessed mind. Most telling is how Bart keeps reaching for Lisa as an emotional crutch, and how gently but firmly she pushes him back. In Holidays of Future Past, adult Bart has failed marriage, failed employment, and is back in the Simpson home raising his kids in a repurposed classroom. Lisa, by contrast, has a husband, a daughter, and a career. Yet Bart still leans on her for validation, for a plan, for the same big sister bailout he relied on as a child. She listens, she comforts, and then she turns back to her own family, leaving him framed in doorways and hallways like a ghost who never left. This mirrors how, in childhood episodes, Bart sabotages Lisa's achievements to keep her close, to keep her from escaping into a world where he cannot follow. According to this theory, the future timelines are what happens when that sabotage finally fails. Lisa thrives politically, academically, professionally, and the emotional distance that opens up is not cruelty, it is gravity. Bart is left haunting the edges of her life and the family home, unable to build something of his own because his entire identity was built on holding her back. Maintain engagement by framing these futures as a slow-motion horror story. Bart as the last one left in a decaying house. Then tease an upcoming section where even Bart's attempts at love and family end in self-destruction. What happens when the ghost tries to start a family of his own and discovers that the curse is hereditary? A Bart and romance, sabotaging every chance at genuine connection. If Bart is the last one wandering that decaying house, then his attempts at love start to look less like childhood hijinks and more like a rehearsal for lifelong abandonment. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how Bart's romantic stories quietly train us to expect that he will never escape that isolation, no matter how many chances he's given. When examining Bart's crushes, a pattern emerges almost immediately. Take Bart's girlfriend, where he falls for Jessica Lovejoy. On paper, it is Bart's dream, a rebellious preacher's daughter who actually understands his chaos. But the moment things become real, he escalates from mischief into cruelty by proxy, letting Jessica frame him, lie to him, and drag him into theft and humiliation. Most telling is how, and when he finally tries to be honest, it is too late. His confession is treated as another prank, and the relationship dissolves in ridicule rather than closure. This mirrors how, in Bart's Friend Falls in Love, his reaction to Milhouse's new girlfriend is not support, but sabotage. Faced with the threat of emotional displacement, Bart literally weaponizes information, exposing Milhouse's secrets to destroy the relationship. The theory here is that intimacy is experienced by Bart as a zero-sum game. Any bond that is not with him feels like a betrayal, so he burns it down rather than risk being the one left behind. The evidence becomes clear when we notice that even when Bart is not the boyfriend, he still cannot allow love to exist untainted around him. According to this theory, those instincts come from home, and Bart grows up with Homer's inconsistent bursts of affection and rage, and Marge's exhausted, conditional patience. Love in this family is loud, unstable, and easily withdrawn. So when Bart briefly dates Greta Wolfcastle in The Bart Wants What It Wants, he immediately turns it into a competition with Milhouse, treating her less as a person and more as a trophy to validate his ego. Once he wins, he loses interest, bails on her feelings, and retreats back into jokes and pranks, as if emotional intimacy were an impossible assignment he was never meant to pass. What if, on some level, Bart has already accepted that every relationship will end in disappointment? This theory suggests that his constant lying, cheating on tests, staging fake personas in episodes like New Kid on the Block and Moonshine River are practice runs for a life where he preemptively ruins anything that might expose his real self. Humor and chaos become a shield. If every connection is a scam, then no one can truly reject him, because no one ever really knew him, Future episodes weaponize this pattern into horror. We see adult Bart divorced, living in the ruins of failed marriages, or still trapped in the Simpsons' house, a grown man sleeping in a child's room. In those timelines, there is no great crime spree, no supervillain turn, just a man who never learned how to stay. His darkest fate is not prison or death. It is permanent emotional isolation, a loop of brief flings, broken trust, and empty bedrooms. And there is one relationship he clings to more desperately than any crush, a one bond that, when threatened, pushes him into some of his most extreme and destructive behavior. The connection that might be the last thread keeping him from collapsing entirely. Clinging to Marge, the Oedipal safety net and its collapse. For Bart, that last thread is not a crush or a friend or even his own sense of humor. It is Marge. She is the one constant in a constantly resetting cartoon reality, the person who tells him he is not a monster, even when the evidence is stacked against him. When examining Bart's worst days, we repeatedly see him running not from authority, but to Marge's arms. In Bart Gets an F, after all the bravado and jokes collapse, he breaks down sobbing in front of her, terrified of being held back a grade, clinging to her like a life raft because her belief in him is the only thing separating class clown from lost cause in his mind. In sickbed episodes, or when he is injured, he becomes almost eerily gentle with her, letting his guard down in a way he never does with Homer, as if illness gives him an excuse to openly need his mother without breaking the tough guy persona he shows the rest of the family. This theory suggests that Marge functions as Bart's private safety net, an Oedipal anchor that stabilizes his fractured consciousness in a town that treats him as a future criminal. Most telling is how quickly he weaponizes that bond when he is truly cornered. In Bart the Mother, after killing the bird with his BB gun, he hides the eggs under Marge's protection, folding his guilt into her nurturing role, making her complicit so she cannot abandon him. The same pattern appears in smaller moments. He plays up his vulnerability, exaggerates remorse, or leans into little boy affection whenever he senses that her approval might be slipping, as though affection is a currency he can spend to keep her from walking away. But Marge does walk away, at least emotionally, and those are some of Bart's darkest moments. In Marge Be Not Proud, when she discovers he shoplifted, her quiet withdrawal devastates him more than any legal punishment. The scene where she stops calling him Barty and treats him like a stranger is presented as a minor domestic conflict. Yet according to this theory, it is closer to an attachment horror sequence. His primary source of unconditional love goes cold, and he spirals into panic, overcompensation, and finally a grand and self-sacrificing gesture just to hear her say she is proud again. In this video, we are treating that panic as the real core of Bart's fear, not detention, not expulsion, not even death in the show's many near-fatal set pieces, but the prospect of Marge giving up on him and leaving him alone with Homer's rage and his own unmediated guilt. Future and alternate timeline episodes quietly support this reading. In several dystopian flash-forwards, Marge is dead, distant, or simply exhausted by life, and those versions of Bart are invariably the most broken, washed up, apathetic, or drifting through crime and failure with no remaining belief that he is worth saving. This mirrors how, once that maternal safety net is gone, his stunts lose their playful edge and feel more like slow-motion self-destruction. And the evidence becomes clear. When Marge cannot or will not protect him, Bart stops trying to protect himself. So what happens when even Marge can no longer shield him from the consequences of his own actions, when the universe of Springfield itself seems determined to make him pay? The next part of this video will follow Bart into that territory, where his brushes with mortality, punishment, and cosmic bad luck raise a darker question. What if, deep down, he believes he deserves everything that is coming? Bart and death, laughing at mortality to hide the fear. So when Bart starts to believe he deserves every punishment the universe hands him, something else begins to shift in the background: his relationship with death itself. At first, the series treats his brushes with mortality as slapstick, and as if the laws of physics in Springfield are just a playground for a hyperactive child who cannot truly be harmed. When examining the early seasons, we see Bart fall down a gorge, get electrocuted, nearly drown, and walk away with little more than a bandage and a catchphrase. In Bart the Daredevil, his ambulance crash and second fall into Springfield Gorge should be a life-altering trauma. Yet the episode resets within minutes. The horror of a child's broken body folded into a visual gag. In Bart Gets Hit by a Car, he literally dies on the operating table, meets the devil and heaven, and is yanked back, and the narrative treats this as legal comedy, rather than a near-death experience that would shatter a child's consciousness. According to this theory, what looks like cartoony resilience is actually the beginning of desensitization. The more the show lets him bounce back from the impossible, the more Bart learns that death is negotiable, reversible, or at least narratively convenient. This mirrors how Homer's hands around his neck, an image that should be unwatchably violent, are softened into a running gag, teaching Bart that even his own potential murder can be a punchline. Over time, Bart starts to participate in that logic directly through language. He makes casual jokes about killing Skinner, threatens to kill Lisa Sachs, and tosses off suicide gags about running away or not wanting to live in a world without TV. The words are framed as edgy humor from a brat, but in this video we're going to be taking a look at them as a coping mechanism, a way for a 10-year-old mind to seize control over a concept that has become inescapable. If he can joke about death, then death is his toy, not the other way around. Most telling is how often these jokes follow violence from Homer. After stranglings, after beatings, after being told he is a failure, Bart's dark humor spikes, as if the only safe way to process the idea that his own father might kill him is to drag the entire subject into the open, wrapped in irony. This theory suggests that in a town where nuclear meltdowns, riots, and near apocalypses are weekly events, Bart is simply mirroring the adults. Springfield laughs so it does not have to admit it is afraid. Yet certain episodes crack that armor. In Bart the Mother, when his prank indirectly kills a bird and leaves him caring for its eggs, the jokes stop, replaced by quiet guilt and obsessive caretaking. In The Cartridge Family, when his enthusiasm for guns collides with the reality that Homer could actually shoot someone, his bravado flickers. And in One Fish, Two Fish, Blowfish, Bluefish, as the family confronts Homer's possible death, we see Bart genuinely terrified, clinging to his father in a way that exposes just how fragile his usual performance is. The evidence becomes clear in one especially haunting moment. The show has already given us a glimpse of the one death Bart could never joke away, and that glimpse quietly rewires his entire relationship with guilt. What happens to a child who learns that his laughter cannot protect him from that loss? The day Bart really broke, confronting irreversible consequences. To answer that, we have to move from hypothetical loss to the one night Bart truly believes he has already killed someone. Not in a treehouse segment, not in a dream, but in the waking continuity of the show's supposed reality. We're going to be taking a look at the Martin Prince incident from The Boy Who Knew Too Much, reframed not as a courtroom comedy, but as the day Bart's consciousness finally collides with irreversible harm. In that episode, Bart's truancy spirals into something much darker when he witnesses an accident at the Quimby estate, then becomes the only person who can clear an innocent man. On the surface, it is a legal farce about class and corruption. Underneath, this theory suggests it is Bart's first extended encounter with the idea that one impulsive choice can permanently destroy another person's life. He skips school, lies to Skinner, and suddenly finds himself holding a man's future, reputation, and freedom in his hands. When examining Bart's behavior across the episode, the evidence becomes clear. His usual bravado is there at first, the thrill of outrunning Skinner, the adrenaline of being the boy who knew too much. But as the trial drags on, he becomes quiet, sleepless, and visibly eroded by the pressure. This is not the exaggerated panic of a child worried about detention. It is the slow, grinding terror of realizing that if he stays silent, a man will be punished for something he did not do, and if he speaks, his own life at school and at home will implode. Most telling is how the show lingers on Bart alone, watching the adults argue over justice, while he sits with the impossible knowledge that his lie created the entire situation. His jokes fall flat, his usual deflections fail, and we see him staring at the courtroom as if it were a physical manifestation of his own mind. Rigid, inescapable, full of rules he cannot charm his way around. According to this theory, that courtroom becomes Bart's first real glimpse of consequence that does not reset at the end of the episode. This mirrors how the series occasionally lets the mask slip and shows us the long tail of his actions. After the verdict, Bart confesses, and the plot technically resolves, but his demeanor afterward is subdued, almost hollow. He has saved an innocent man, yet he cannot erase the fact that his initial selfishness created the crisis. In this video, we can read his later nightmares, his sudden bouts of guilt in other episodes, and his fixation on being labeled a bad kid. As echoes of that day, he watched an adult's life nearly collapse because he wanted to skip class. Then, as always, the show retreats. Later seasons restore Bart's chaos, but small, unsettling glances, his reaction to authority, his overreactions to being blamed, hint that he remembers. What if that trial taught him not that he must be better, but that he is already capable of catastrophic harm? The question that hangs over the rest of his story is simple. Does Bart ever truly atone for this moment, or does he begin to internalize a darker belief that he has already crossed a line he can never come back from? Self-sabotage as punishment. Bart's secret need to suffer. From that point on, the pattern shifts. Bart is no longer just the kid who does bad things. He becomes the kid who believes that bad things are what is supposed to happen to him. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how, once that belief takes root, the evidence becomes clear that Bart starts quietly sabotaging his own chances at escape. When examining episodes where Bart is offered a genuine way out, a strange consistency emerges. In You Only Move Twice, he is handed a softer school, a patient teacher, and a chance to reset his academic record. Yet he fixates on feeling stupid and insists on going back to Springfield, back to the environment that confirms his worst expectations of himself. In Brother's Little Helper, The focus is on his behavior disorder. But once the medication gives him clarity and competence, he pushes it to a psychotic extreme and guarantees that no one will ever fully trust a good version of him again. Most telling is how Bart reacts whenever the universe briefly allows him success. When Krusty takes him on as a kind of mentee in Bart the Fink, the relationship ends not in growth, but in Bart accidentally destroying Krusty's life with a forged signature, then living with the knowledge that his attempt to help led to ruin. When he becomes a promising drummer in Jazzy and the Pussycats, he deliberately torpedoes his own talent by turning it into a spectacle, making Lisa suffer and ensuring that his brief brush with genuine artistic purpose collapses into guilt and sibling resentment. According to this theory, Bart has internalized the label stamped on him by adults, teachers, and even his own family. He is the bad kid, the future criminal, the permanent disappointment. So when praise appears, he laughs it off, deflects, or immediately misbehaves, as if the compliment has violated the continuity of his reality and must be corrected. This mirrors how trauma survivors sometimes reenact the roles they were assigned, not because they enjoy suffering, but because the mind clings to what feels familiar, even when that familiarity is corrosive. This theory suggests that Bart's darkest moments are not isolated spikes of cruelty, but the inevitable byproduct of that self-image. The more harm he causes, ruining Lisa's science fair, exposing secrets that destroy adult lives, participating in pranks that leave lasting scars, the more he proves to himself that he deserves to be hated, grounded, or ignored. Each punishment feels earned, each detention a confirmation rather than a deterrent, creating a feedback loop where self-sabotage becomes the only stable part of his consciousness. And on the rare occasions when he genuinely reaches for something better, the universe of the show seems to push back. Future Vision episodes show him washed up, alcoholic, or criminal, as if Springfield itself refuses to let him grow into anything but a degraded echo of Homer. The question that lingers is unsettling. When Bart tries to break the cycle, is he failing? Or is the larger, looping reality of the Simpsons conspiring to drag him back down for good? When Bart tries to be good, the universe refuses his redemption. If the loop of the Simpsons keeps dragging Bart back down, then the next pattern we're going to be taking a look at is even darker. It's not just that Bart fails to grow. It's that whenever he reaches for redemption, the universe of the show slaps his hand away. We see this most clearly in episodes where Bart actually does the unthinkable for a self-proclaimed brat. He tells the truth when lying would be easier. In Bart Gets an F, he studies, prays, and genuinely tries to pass, only to fall just short and break down crying in front of Mrs. Krabappel, a moment that should permanently reframe him in the adults' minds as a scared, struggling child. In Bart the Murderer, he confesses his involvement with Fat Tony's gang, even though it might send him to juvenile hall. In The Boy Who Knew Too Much, he risks punishment from both Skinner and Homer to testify that Quimby's nephew is innocent. The pattern is chilling. When Bart steps into responsibility, the adult's first reaction is suspicion, not trust. Most telling is how authority figures are so conditioned to see him as a troublemaker that any hint of sincerity gets filed under new scam. When examining school episodes, the evidence becomes clear. Skinner openly predicts criminal futures for Bart. Mrs. Krabappel greets good behavior as a sign of impending mischief, and psychologist characters treat him as a case study rather than a person. This mirrors how Wiggum and the cops default to blaming Bart when something goes wrong, as if Springfield's legal system has already written his future rap sheet. Even Homer, who occasionally witnesses Bart's better side, usually responds with violence, mockery, or disbelief, resetting their relationship back to useless son by the next episode. In this video, we're treating that reset not as lazy sitcom writing, but as part of the horror. According to this theory, the narrative structure itself conspires against Bart's redemption. The show needs a permanent bad kid, an eternal agent of chaos. So any character growth has to function like a dream that dissolves by morning. Bart can sacrifice his dog to a better home, confess to ruining Lisa's science project, or give up his own fun to protect the family. But by the next episode, his consciousness is dragged back to square one. It is as if the reality of Springfield rejects permanent change the way a body rejects a foreign organ. Psychologically, that has consequences. What happens to a child who learns that trying to be good only leads to more pain, more disbelief, and more punishment? Over time, the safest move is to lean into the villain role he's already been assigned, to embrace nihilism, cruelty, or flat apathy, because hope is too dangerous. If the world insists he is a brat, then being gentle or honest becomes a liability, a weakness that only gets him hurt. The next question, and the one we'll be turning to next, is what happens when Bart stops trying to be Bart at all and begins experimenting with total reinvention, testing new identities because he no longer believes anyone will ever truly see him as good. Reinventing himself. Bart's failed escapes from Bart Simpson. So Bart does something drastic. If being Bart Simpson only leads to pain, he begins testing escape routes, trying on new selves like ill-fitting costumes, each one an attempted jailbreak from his own reputation. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at those strange episodes where the class clown suddenly becomes a model student, a religious convert, an artist or a crusader, and how, according to this theory, every experiment ends up reinforcing the same quiet horror. There is no exit. When examining his academic reinventions, the pattern is immediate. In Bart Gets an F, he actually studies, prays, and cries over a history test, briefly crossing the line from joke character into a child in genuine distress, and for a moment it works, as he scrapes a passing grade through sheer effort and fear. Later, in Bart the Genius, his accidental placement in the gifted program tempts him with an identity where his mind is valued, only for the illusion to collapse under the pressure of expectations and social ridicule, and pushing him back into the safety of failure. The evidence becomes clear. Every time he approaches competence, the universe of Springfield recoils and snaps him back. His religious and moral conversions follow the same arc. In Bart Gets an F, his desperate prayer to God is answered. Yet the miracle does not free him from his role. It only resets him into more of the same. In Bart Sells His Soul, he literally bargains away his soul for a prank, then spends the episode in a state of spiritual panic, trying to reclaim something he cannot fully understand, but instinctively knows he needs. This theory suggests that Bart's brief piety and terror are flashes of self-awareness, moments where his consciousness brushes against the idea that his current trajectory is impossible to sustain, and we also see him try on more socially responsible personas. In Bart After Dark, he becomes a diligent worker at the burlesque house. In The Boy Who Knew Too Much, he chooses honesty over self-preservation in court. In Bart Star, he briefly thrives as a football player before Homer's interference poisons the role. Most telling is how each attempt at constructive identity is either mocked, sabotaged by adults like Homer, or simply erased by the next episode's reset, as if Springfield itself cannot tolerate a stable, improving Bart. According to this theory, every failed reinvention deepens his despair. What if every collapse quietly teaches him that effort, faith, and talent are traps, that the only version of himself the town will accept is the chaos agent who never truly grows? This mirrors how, in the darker future episodes, an adult Bart appears as a failed scholar, failed artist, failed activist, and failed believer all at once, drifting between half-remembered paths he once tested as a child. He is the ghost of all those abandoned identities, stuck between who he is and who he might have been. The unsettling implication is that there is still one identity he has not fully embraced, one that lurks in the margins of the show, not prankster or slacker, but something far darker. The next sections will trace how close he comes to stepping over that line, and what Springfield does to keep him dancing on the edge without ever quite escaping. The villain he almost becomes, Bart, as Springfield's hidden threat. Up to this point, we have been watching a child suspended between identities. Now we have to ask what happens if he falls. When examining Bart's history as one continuous narrative, rather than a scattered collection of gags, the evidence becomes clear. It reads less like a mischievous childhood and more like the slow construction of a small-town supervillain origin story. Bart's early chaos era already pushes past harmless fun. He doesn't just prank Skinner. He orchestrates elaborate humiliations that undermine an authority figure's sanity, calling him Spanky in front of the class, turning assemblies into public breakdowns, and staging rebellions that make the principal's life a waking nightmare. He doesn't just call Moe for a cheap laugh. He repeatedly drives an unstable bartender to violent rage, to the point where Moe arms himself and storms out, hunting the anonymous voice on the phone. These are textbook harmless pranks, yet they consistently bring adults to the brink of violence and collapse, like a child testing how far he can bend reality before it snaps. Over time, those jokes escalate into consequences that nearly kill people, or permanently damage their futures. In this video, we have already traced episodes where Bart indirectly causes serious injuries, where he ruins Lisa's achievements out of jealousy, and where he sabotages teachers and neighbors whose only crime is proximity to his boredom. One episode leaves Skinner effectively unemployable. Another derails Crabapple's last shot at happiness, and several imply that Bart's academic sabotage will echo through his own adult life as chronic failure. Viewed in isolation, each story resets. Viewed as a single arc, and this theory suggests we are watching a boy learn that he can inflict real harm and then wake up in the same bedroom, untouched. Most telling is how Springfield responds. The town brands him a bad kid, but treats his worst acts as a running joke, a background hum of boys will be boys that never quite rises to alarm. According to this theory, that denial mirrors how real communities ignore escalating warning signs. The cruelty toward animals played for laughs, the fascination with weapons dismissed as phase, the documented behavioral disorders turned into punchlines in the school psychologist's office. Teachers predict a criminal future for Bart on paper, yet no one intervenes in a way that changes his trajectory. The town laughs, shrugs, and resets the dream. The non-canon stories only sharpen this picture. Halloween specials, dystopian futures, and alternate timelines function as diagnostic flashes of what Bart becomes if one variable shifts. A little more neglect, one less second chance, one more irreversible tragedy. In some futures, he is washed up an alcoholic. In others, he is a petty criminal, a failed musician, or a man-child orbiting Homer's shadow, his consciousness never fully escaping the arrested development we see in childhood. So Bart walks a tightrope between mischief and monstrosity, with the town itself acting as both safety net and corrupting influence. This mirrors how institutions can keep someone just functional enough to avoid crisis while never addressing the darkness underneath. As we move into the final stretch of this video, we will be taking a look at the most unsettling question yet. Is Bart Simpson doomed by design? Or is there a hidden pattern of grace and redemption buried beneath his darkest moments, waiting to pull him back from the edge? The boy who sold his soul. Bart's first true spiritual collapse. If Bart is doomed by design, then we have to identify the first time the show lets him feel that doom from the inside. For many fans, that moment arrives with Bart sells his soul, an episode that begins as a harmless joke and slowly mutates into metaphysical horror. When examining the setup, the premise is almost childish in its simplicity. Bart mocks the idea of a soul during a church prank, then writes Bart Simpson's soul on a scrap of paper and sells it to Milhouse for $5. It plays like a classic Bart bit, the same prankster energy we saw in those early seasons with Moe's prank calls or tormenting Skinner, except this time the target is something invisible. The episode treats it as a dare against reality itself, as if Bart is challenging the universe to prove that there is anything inside him that cannot be traded away for a quick laugh. Then the world starts to go wrong. Automatic doors fail to open for him, his footsteps echo in empty corridors, and his usual chaos no longer generates laughter from the crowd. The soundscape thins out, the background noise drops, and Bart moves through Springfield like a ghost. According to this theory, the show is using these small production choices as evidence that Bart has lost something intangible but very real, not in a doctrinal religious sense, but as a piece of his own consciousness that no longer connects to the environment. Most telling is how his panic evolves. At first, he wants his soul back because things feel off. But as the night sequences close in and the dream of the soulless kids rowing in the boat plays out, the fear shifts. He is not afraid of hell. He is afraid of being hollow. This theory suggests that the true horror for Bart is the possibility that there is nothing at his core. No essence, no authenticity. Only a mask of jokes stretched over an empty space. What if the brat persona is all there is? His frantic attempts to buy back, trade for, or reconstruct his soul mirror, how he has always chased attention from his family and classmates, using pranks as currency to purchase brief flashes of recognition. In this video, we are going to be taking a look at how this episode functions as his subconscious, finally realizing that the constant performance has left him emotionally bankrupt. And when the laughter stops, there is no stable self underneath to fall back on. Lisa's role completes the ritual. She does not argue theology with him. She simply returns the crumpled soul paper in a quiet, almost liturgical gesture, as if reattaching a missing organ. In that moment, the universe starts working for Bart again. This mirrors how, throughout the series, Lisa often acts as the one person who believes in Bart's worth when he cannot, suggesting that belief itself has a physical effect on their shared reality. The eerie implication is that Springfield responds to inner conviction. When Bart stops believing in his own inner self, doors ignore him, jokes die in the air, and even dreams turn against him. The evidence becomes clear when we connect this to later episodes where Bart stares down who he might become: washed-up criminal, defiled adult, or a smaller, sadder version of Homer, and feels not simple guilt, but genuine metaphysical dread. From this point on, the show quietly tests how many other pieces can be stripped away. If his soul can be sold, what about his future, his family, his very identity as the bad kid who always bounces back? The next episodes we examine will suggest that Springfield is more than willing to find out. The Night Bart Met Death, The Boy Who Knew Too Much, and Mortal Consequences. If Bart can sell his soul for a handful of comic books, what happens when he has to decide whether someone else lives or dies in the eyes of the law? In this video, we're going to be taking a look at an episode that quietly turns Bart's mischief into something closer to mortal responsibility. Din, the boy who knew too much. The premise is deceptively simple. Bart skips school, escapes Principal Skinner in a chase that already frames him as a fugitive, and hides near the Quimby mansion, where he secretly witnesses Freddie Quimby arguing with a French waiter. Later, that waiter is found badly injured, and the Freddie is put on trial for assault. Only Bart knows the crucial detail. Freddie is innocent, and the injury was an accident. His choice is brutal in its clarity. Tell the truth and expose his own truancy, or stay silent and let an innocent man be destroyed. When examining this episode through a darker lens, the story flirts constantly with death, without ever naming it directly. The waiter's broken body on the kitchen floor, the implied brutality of prison life for Freddie, and the judge's cold language about sentencing all function as quiet reminders that a guilty verdict can end a life without anyone actually dying. According to this theory, the show is teaching Bart that a lie is not just disobedience. It is a weapon that can erase a person's future, their social existence, their place in reality. Most telling is how Bart's internal conflict is framed. He is not only afraid of detention or Homer's anger, he is forced to confront that his private actions, cutting class, running from Skinner, hiding instead of helping, have placed someone else on a conveyor belt toward legal annihilation. This mirrors how earlier episodes treated his pranks as inconveniences for adults, but here the same childish impulse scales up into potential lifelong damage. The courtroom itself becomes a psychological pressure cooker, and Bart sits in the gallery, sweating, as lawyers, witnesses, and authority figures dissect a narrative he knows is wrong. He watches an adult's fate hang on his silence, while every institutional voice insists that the system is working. The evidence becomes clear that this is not about slapstick justice. It is about a child realizing that institutions can be confidently, devastatingly incorrect. When Bart finally confesses, it is not framed as triumphant heroism. He is shaking, cornered, and exhausted, a terrified child dragged into the light who understands that he cannot keep sprinting away from consequences forever. This theory suggests that the episode is less about redemption and more about forced stillness. Bart cannot run from school, responsibility, or his own conscience in the same breath. There is an eerie undertone here. Bart discovers that the systems around him, school, courts, adults, are flawed to the point of lethal error, and that his personal moral compass might be the only barrier between justice and disaster. Once Bart understands he can ruin lives by accident, the next step is inevitable. The show will begin to explore what happens when he ruins lives on purpose, or worse, when he fears he already has. When a prank becomes a death sentence. The Martin Prince-Cliff mystery. Once Bart understands he can ruin lives by accident, the series quietly escalates the stakes. the next major incident asks a much colder question. What happens when a prank slides, almost imperceptibly, into what looks like manslaughter? We're going to be taking a look at the field trip episode where Bart's rivalry with Martin Prince stops being a harmless classroom dynamic and migrates out into the wilderness onto unstable ground, both literally and psychologically. The boys' competition over a simple science project, framed at first as the usual battle between Bart's chaos and Martin's smug perfectionism, follows them onto a nature excursion, where their need to one-up each other culminates at the edge of a cliff. A shove, a struggle, a snapped railing, and Martin disappears over the side, swallowed by an empty ravine that feels far too quiet for a primetime cartoon. Most telling is how the tone mutates in the space of a few seconds. This was set up as a light-hearted episode about cheating on a project and outsmarting a teacher, are full of sight gags and familiar classroom banter. But the moment Martin falls, the soundtrack seems to freeze, the dialogue drops away, and we are left with a long, almost reverent shot of Bart staring into the void below. When examining this sequence, the evidence becomes clear that the show is deliberately invoking horror language rather than slapstick. There is no immediate punchline, no cutaway to Homer, no reassuring reset. According to this theory, Bart's reaction here is the real story. He doesn't crack a joke or instantly rationalize it as cartoon physics. He panics. He tries to reconstruct events in his mind, insisting that it was an accident, that Martin slipped, that the railing failed. Yet the camera lingers on him long enough to suggest he does not believe his own excuses. His decision to walk away, to hide what happened from the adults and from the rest of the class, reads less like a mischievous cover-up and more like a child's first conscious step into criminality. In this video, this theory suggests that the Martin incident functions as a kind of suppressed trauma in Bart's ongoing continuity of guilt. The episode on the surface restores reality by later revealing Martin alive, but Bart's consciousness has already crossed a threshold. For several scenes, he lives in a world where he has killed a classmate and gotten away with it. This mirrors how adult crime dramas treat accidental deaths. The conspirators destroy evidence, rehearse alibis, and form pacts of silence. And that is exactly what the kids do here as they erase footprints, agree on a story, and jump at every rustle in the bushes. The eerie visual language reinforces this interpretation. The wide shot of the ravine with no body in sight, the impossible stillness of the forest, and the repeated close-ups of Bart's face, drained of color and bravado, all serve as horror cues, inviting us to sit inside his belief that he has committed the worst act a child can imagine. What if the canon resolution is less important than the psychic damage done in those minutes of uncertainty? When we connect this to Bart's earlier brushes with harm through pranks, the pattern darkens. He has injured authority figures, humiliated family, and ruined futures. But this is the first time the show tests how close his chaos can come to literal death. From this point on, according to this theory, some of Bart's most self-destructive choices can be read as the behavior of a boy who has already rehearsed life as a killer in his own mind, and who half expects the universe to punish him for it in episodes yet to come. Bart the arsonist, burning down the future in Brother's Little Helper and beyond. From rehearsing death in miniature, Bart graduates to something much larger, the fantasy of burning the entire board and starting again. The clearest expression of this comes in the episode Brother's Little Helper, where the show hands Bart pharmaceutical rocket fuel and quietly asks how far his chaos can scale when his mind is militarized instead of merely mischievous. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how that episode turns a hyperactive class clown into a would-be mass destroyer. After one disruption too many, and the school funnels Bart into a behavior-modifying drug, Focusin, a thinly veiled parody of real-world stimulants. At first, he becomes the model student, eerily focused and compliant, but the calm quickly curdles. The drug amplifies his suspicion, his pattern-seeking, his sense that the adults are hiding something. What began as punishment for pranks becomes chemical permission to see the world as an enemy battlefield. When examining the escalation, the details are chilling. Bart starts monitoring mail, building surveillance rigs, and ranting about government plots. His prankster creativity, which once produced whoopee cushions and chalkboard gags, is repurposed into paramilitary planning, improvised hardware, and reconnaissance. The turning point is the baseball stadium sequence, where his paranoia about a satellite weapon leads him to hijack a tank and fire at the sky, risking thousands of lives to prove that his perception of reality is correct. To be right, he is willing to be lethal. According to this theory, the medication is less a cause than a narrative alibi. It lets the show push Bart's destructive potential to its logical extreme, while still snapping back to the status quo at the end. The evidence becomes clear. The drug doesn't invent his fascination with power, fire, and collapse. It magnifies impulses we have already seen in smaller forms. Fire alarms pulled for fun, cherry bombs in toilets, model rockets misused. These were not isolated gags, but early experiments in how far he could bend physical reality before someone stopped him. Most telling is how the imagery around Bart so often resolves into flames, explosions, and large-scale property damage. School wings burn, classrooms detonate, and town landmarks crumble in Bart-centric plots, functioning as visual metaphors for a boy who cannot fix his family, his grades, or his future, and so dreams of resetting everything to zero. This theory suggests that the real fantasy is not rebellion against rules, but annihilation of the entire game board. If he cannot win, he will flip the table. This mirrors how the adults respond. After the stadium incident, there is no lasting trial, no prison, no lifelong stigma. There is a joke, a shrug, a quiet return to homework. Their quick forgiveness and denial teach Bart that even near apocalypses evaporate overnight, reinforcing a sense that nothing in this reality is permanent, that consequences are as weightless as cartoon ash. Use the spectacle of near mass destruction to reframe Bart's pranks as proto-apocalyptic behavior, and his earlier graffiti and vandalism start to look like training drills for something far worse. If he can almost obliterate a packed stadium under the influence, the show leaves us with an unsettling question. What happens when he is older, sober, and still this angry at the world? The Lisa Saboteur. Bart's pattern of destroying his sister's brighter path. If Bart can almost level a stadium without fully understanding why he is so angry, we have to ask what happens when that same instinct is pointed at the person closest to escaping Springfield. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at the quieter, more intimate catastrophes, the times Bart becomes the saboteur of Lisa's future. When examining the series as a long, continuous dream of family dysfunction, a pattern emerges. Lisa reaches for something higher, and Bart pulls her back down. The Lisa on Ice episode is an early template. Lisa excels academically, so Bart clings to sports as his one domain of superiority, mocking her, taunting her, and weaponizing the crowd's approval against her. It is framed as sibling rivalry. But this theory suggests we are watching a boy who can only tolerate his sister's success if it is clearly segregated from his own failing lane. More explicit sabotage appears in Lisa's Rival, where Bart gleefully helps destroy Allison's diorama so Lisa can win, only for the plan to backfire. On the surface, he is being helpful, the prankster big brother lending his skills to shift the odds. Underneath, according to this theory, he is rehearsing something darker, learning that he can rig contests, tamper with merit, and drag the gifted back into the mud where he lives. This mirrors how, in Lisa's sax, his tantrum over a broken TV indirectly leads Homer to buy Lisa's saxophone, tying her talent to his chaos and teaching Bart that he can alter her trajectory through destruction. Most telling is how often Bart exposes Lisa's vulnerabilities at the exact moment they might liberate her. In Bart vs. Thanksgiving, he ruins her centerpiece, an earnest attempt at meaning in a hollow holiday. Out of boredom and resentment, literally burning her work in the fireplace. In Lisa the Vegetarian, he publicly humiliates her with the barbecue pig, turning her moral awakening into a joke for the whole town. Each episode becomes evidence that when Lisa reaches for a different consciousness, a different reality, Bart responds by staging a spectacle that yanks her back into the role of the family's sad little girl. Yet the show rarely lets him walk away clean. The guilt sequences are crucial. After Thanksgiving, he wanders the streets, confronted by homelessness and hunger, and only then apologizes. After he hurts Lisa, he often sits beside her bed or stands in a doorway, small and ashamed, the damage already woven into her memory. This theory suggests a compulsion. Bart cannot stop himself from ruining her path. He can only regret it afterward. Over time, Lisa's resilience becomes its own curse. She forgives, she recovers, she keeps winning spelling bees, science fairs, tan moral arguments, while Bart's report cards and juvenile records pile up. The evidence becomes clear that he is the gravitational pull keeping her in Springfield's orbit, an anchor disguised as a brother, terrified that if she truly escapes, he will be left alone with Homer, Marge, and a town that has already decided what he is. And if that is true, the darkest future for this family is not Bart destroying himself, but the moment their bond finally snaps, when the only way for both of them to survive emotionally is to live in different worlds, or for one of them never to make it out at all. The substitute father. When Bart tries to replace Homer, if Lisa represents Bart's possible escape, then his search for a different kind of a doll represents his quiet admission that no one inside the house can save him. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at the episodes where Bart goes shopping for a new father, and how those stories stop being cute the moment we treat them as case files in a long pattern of emotional abandonment. Throughout the series, Bart repeatedly latches onto substitute male role models, substitute teachers, celebrities, cops, even outright criminals. On the surface, these episodes look like simple guest star showcases, but when examining them as a cluster, the evidence becomes clear. Bart is not just hanging out. He is auditioning adults for the role of real parent, testing whether anyone can give him the structure and validation that Homer, locked in his own damaged consciousness, cannot reliably provide. One of the most striking examples is his bond with the substitute teacher, Mr. Bergstrom, and under Bergstrom's calm attention and firm but respectful discipline, Bart's usual chaos briefly recedes into the background, while Lisa flourishes. Bart watches as this man does everything Homer cannot. Listen, explain, apologize. Another episode channels the same pattern through authority figures like police or military men, where Bart suddenly becomes focused, responsive, and even proud to follow rules, as long as those rules come from someone who sees him as more than a nuisance. This theory suggests that in these moments, we are seeing a version of Bart that exists in a different reality, the one where a consistent adult presence rewires his mind before the damage calcifies. Most telling is how quickly that reality collapses. Bergstrom leaves town with a note that essentially tells Lisa to take care of herself. Other father figures are exposed as frauds, con artists, or simply move on once the episode's plot is resolved, as if Springfield itself rejects any lasting correction to its children's trajectories. According to this theory, each of these departures functions like a miniature abandonment trauma. The emotional whiplash of hope and loss pushes Bart into darker behavior immediately afterward. Bigger pranks, crueler jokes, more reckless stunts that read less like mischief and more like a child stress testing the universe. What if I burn it all down? What if I ruin someone's life? Will anyone step in then? Homer's reactions only deepen the wound. Sometimes he is overtly jealous, competing with the substitute father in childish ways. Sometimes he is clueless, barely aware that Bart is drifting toward another man. Sometimes he is indifferent and treating the whole arc as a gag that will reset next week. This mirrors how the show's broader reality keeps snapping back, teaching Bart that any stability is temporary, conditional, and easily overwritten. Over time, these failed adoptions push Bart toward more dangerous anchors. If healthy authority always leaves, he turns to whoever stays. Petty criminals, bullies, and older kids who offer structure through initiation rituals and shared delinquency. This theory suggests that his later criminal brushes are less about thrill-seeking and more about trying, one last time, to find an adult code he can live inside. By framing these guest character episodes as a series of rejected father applications, the pattern becomes almost ritualistic. Each man briefly tells Bart who he could be, then disappears, leaving his identity to collapse back into pure chaos. The next stage of this descent is even darker. What happens when Bart finally realizes that no one is coming to claim him, and that the only father who will always be there is the broken one he's been trying to escape? Bart the bully, Bart the victim, the feedback loop of cruelty. If no real father is coming to rescue Bart, then the next question becomes uncomfortable. Who taught him how to survive in that vacuum? In this video, we're going to be taking a look at Bart not as a harmless prankster, but as a child who learned that the safest place to stand in Springfield's food chain is halfway up the ladder, with someone always beneath him. When examining the school ecosystem, Bart consistently occupies that mid-tier predator role. He is not Nelson, a gleefully extorting lunch money with open violence. Yet he has no problem mocking, pranking, and humiliating weaker kids whenever it stabilizes his own position. He targets Milhouse with fake notes, sabotages Martin's projects, and turns prank calls to Moe into a public spectacle, weaponizing the entire bar's laughter against a lonely adult who does not understand he is the joke. The cruelty is rarely maximal, but it is constant, and it keeps Bart from ever being the absolute bottom. According to this theory, that posture only makes sense if we also track the episodes where Bart is clearly prey. Nelson beats him, older kids dangle him over trash cans, Skinner and Chalmers casually threaten military school or institutionalization, and Homer's strangling turns the family home into another unsafe zone. When authority bears down on him, Bart usually absorbs it in silence. He flinches, he jokes, he runs, but he almost never directly names the hurt. The pain is internalized, stored rather than processed. This theory suggests that Bart's bullying is a learned defense, a preemptive strike against the feeling of being powerless in a reality that constantly belittles him. If Homer can wrap his hands around Bart's neck without consequence, then Bart wrapping his hands around someone else's dignity becomes the only kind of control he can reliably access. Most telling is how often he mirrors the exact language and tactics used against him. He mocks Milhouse's weakness the way Homer mocks his. He gaslights Principal Skinner with forged letters and fake emergencies, just as adults routinely lie to him about consequences that never arrive. And the evidence becomes clear in episodes where the show forces him to stay with the damage. When Bart befriends a kid he previously tormented, or has to comfort a crying Milhouse after a prank goes too far, we see the mask slip. He recognizes, sometimes explicitly, that he has become the thing he fears. This mirrors how his own consciousness has been shaped by the family. Homer's rage, Marge's guilty enabling, Lisa's cold intellectual superiority. School becomes the only stage where he can flip the script and temporarily stop being the designated failure. What happens then when that script no longer works? What happens when Bart finally meets someone he cannot bully, cannot outrun, and cannot charm? A figure or force that treats his tricks as transparently as we do from the outside, and quietly demands that he confront the core of his own cruelty, rather than projecting it outward. The day Bart broke Marge, a son's betrayal and a mother's collapse. If that invisible judge finally forces Bart to confront his own cruelty, then the next question becomes much more intimate. What happens when the person he hurts isn't a principal, a bartender, or a faceless town, but Marge? In this video, we're going to be taking a look at the episodes where Bart doesn't just annoy his mother, but actually cracks the one emotional safety net that has kept his reality from collapsing. When examining Marge across the series, the pattern is clear. She is the one who always believes Bart can be better, who insists there is a good kid under the delinquent exterior, even as teachers, cops, and Homer write him off as a future criminal. This theory suggests that Bart's darkest moments aren't the fireworks, the vandalism, or the prank calls, but the times he deliberately weaponizes that faith. In Marge Be Not Proud, when Bart shoplifts the Bone Storm video game and drags Marge into a humiliating confrontation with security, he doesn't just break the law, he forces her to stand there as the embodiment of failed motherhood. Most telling is how the episode lingers on Marge's reaction afterward. She doesn't scream. She doesn't ground him in an explosive cartoon way. She goes quiet. She withdraws, starts treating Bart like a distant guest rather than her little boy. And the house itself feels colder, with wider shots, emptier sound design, and long, uncomfortable pauses where the usual wall of noise is replaced by a low, almost humming silence. According to this theory, and that silence is Bart's worst punishment, because it represents the impossible, Marge's love, however briefly, is not guaranteed. We see a similar fracture in Bart the Mother, when Bart accidentally kills a bird with a BB gun and lies about it, pushing Marge into a moral crisis. She has always defended him as mischievous, but not cruel, and now she's standing over a dead animal, being asked to protect her son from consequences that directly violate her own ethics. The animation gives her tight, trembling eyes and a strained smile as she tells him she's disappointed, and the line hits harder than any slapstick, beating Homer ever delivers. This mirrors how a real child experiences a parent's emotional withdrawal as more terrifying than physical punishment. And this theory suggests that Bart keeps testing Marge precisely because he is terrified of losing her. If he can push her to the brink, make her say she's disappointed, make her pull away and still survive that psychic freefall, then nothing else in his world can hurt him. The evidence becomes clear in later seasons, where Marge's responses to Bart feel more resigned, less shocked, as if some internal boundary was crossed in those early betrayals and never fully repaired, even inside a looping sitcom dream. And once Bart understands that even Marge can be broken, that the last stable piece of his family structure is fragile, there is suddenly no emotional barrier left between his prankster persona and total self-destruction, which takes us into his most apocalyptic future selves, the Springfield scapegoat. When the whole town turns on Bart. Once Bart's internal safety nets are gone, the danger scales up. The next pattern we're going to be taking a look at doesn't just involve one hurt parent or one ruined friendship. It involves an entire town deciding that a 10-year-old boy is the problem with reality itself. When examining Springfield as a psychological ecosystem, certain episodes stand out where Bart becomes the focus of collective rage, as if the town's unstable consciousness needs a single, convenient villain. In The Boy Who Knew Too Much, he's framed as a delinquent liar obstructing justice. In Bart the Murderer, a few coincidences and his mob connections are enough for the media and the courts to treat him as a literal killer. And in Bart Mangled Banner, one impulsive act with the American flag escalates until Bart is branded a traitor to the nation. Not just a naughty kid from Evergreen Terrace. What starts as mischief consistently mutates into civic crisis. A prank, a misunderstanding, or a rebellious outburst is fed into Springfield's gossip network, amplified by Kent Brockman's breathless news coverage, and then weaponized by torch and pitchfork mobs that look disturbingly casual about hunting a child. This mirrors how small, private failures in the town are never processed honestly. They are projected outward, transformed into a moral panic that can be safely aimed at Bart. Most telling is how Bart responds inside these spirals. In some episodes, he doubles down, playing the role of the smirking delinquent, because that mask feels safer than naked fear. And in others, like when he's on trial, or literally on the run from angry crowds, we see flashes of genuine terror, an awareness that the adults around him are willing to sacrifice him to preserve their own fantasy of order. According to this theory, each time the town turns on him, the evidence becomes clear that he isn't just a bad kid in a bad family. He is the designated scapegoat for an entire broken community. Authority figures reinforce this script. Chief Wiggum treats Bart as proof that youth culture is criminal. Skinner frames him as the embodiment of educational decay. Reverend Lovejoy uses him as a sermon prop, a living warning about godless households and failed parenting. In this video, this theory suggests that these men are less interested in helping Bart than in preserving their own illusions of competence, are offloading systemic failure onto one boy's supposed wickedness. The eerie subtext is that Springfield needs Bart to be bad. If he improved, if he healed, the town would have to confront the nuclear plant, the corrupt police, the failing school, the environmental toxins warping everyone's minds. So the town, on some unconscious level, rewards his worst impulses with attention, narrative focus, and even a twisted kind of celebrity. Over time, Bart internalizes this. If he's already the villain in everyone's dream, why not lean into it? That fatalism fuels his most reckless acts and his darkest future selves. where the prankster hardens into a criminal. And in at least one timeline, the town's appetite for a scapegoat doesn't stop at blame. It follows Bart into futures of exile, imprisonment, and, in the bleakest readings, unheard death that Springfield quietly agrees he deserved. The broken futures are revisited, mapping Bart's alternate timelines. If the town is willing to let Bart's story end in a cell or an unmarked grave, we have to ask what happens in all the other timelines where he survives. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at those fractured futures, because when examining the grown-up Bart episodes together, the pattern stops feeling like a joke and starts looking like a map of a consciousness that never escapes fourth grade. Across the various future and non-canon episodes, adult Bart shows up wearing different costumes but the same expression. We see him as a divorced deadbeat dad in Holidays of Future Past, crashing on other people's couches and failing his own son. We see him as the unemployed, unwashed-up musician from Lisa's wedding, clinging to a band that never happened. Other timelines push him toward petty crime, drifting, or vague gig work, but the destination is consistent. He's broke, directionless, and embarrassed by the person he became. Most telling is how the same four elements keep reappearing, no matter how the details shift. There is always some hint of substance abuse, whether it's casual alcoholism, implied drug use, or just a permanent hangover haze. There is financial instability, with Bart either unable to pay rent or living in spaces that feel temporary and unwanted. There is emotional immaturity, as he sulks, lashes out, or makes the same impulsive decisions we saw at age 10. And there is that lingering resentment toward his family and Springfield itself, a sense that the town ruined him and then refused to admit it. According to this theory, these futures are not random gags thrown at the wall by different writers' rooms. They are projections of Bart's own mind, scattered what-if scenarios that dramatize his fear of what happens if he never stops sabotaging himself. The evidence becomes clear when we notice how often these timelines are triggered by a dream, a vision, a psychic, or a moment of intense anxiety about growing up, as if his subconscious keeps running simulations of failure. The timelines also diverge in one crucial variable: proximity to the family. Futures where Bart maintains some fragile bond with Lisa or Marge, like in Holidays of Future Past, are grim but not apocalyptic. He is still a mess. Yet there are flickers of accountability and attempts at repair. In the harsher episodes, where he is estranged, isolated, or openly hostile, his life collapses completely, drifting into crime, obscurity, or total irrelevance. This mirrors how his present-day behavior worsens whenever those same relationships fray. What makes these episodes especially eerie is Bart's stalled development. He looks older, but he still tantrums like a child, chases instant gratification, and treats responsibility as an impossible puzzle. The eternal child curse that freezes Springfield in time simply follows him into adulthood, turning him into a man whose inner age never passed 10. This theory suggests the show is quietly warning us that Bart's only real window for change is now, in the episodes where he is still a kid. Once he crosses a certain threshold, the damage calcifies, and every possible path, music, crime, and drifting, bends toward the same horizon of disappointment and regret. And that leaves us with a darker question hanging over all these futures. If every version of adult Bart is broken, is that because he is doomed by fate, or because the present we keep laughing at is already too damaged to produce any other outcome? Halloween as confession. What treehouse of horror reveals about Bart's inner demons? If every version of adult Bart is broken, then the Halloween specials feel less like throwaway parodies and more like the show letting his worst self step fully into the light. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at Treehouse of Horror as something closer to a confession booth, where Bart's subconscious is allowed to speak in monsters, psychic powers, and apocalypses. This theory suggests that whenever October rolls around, the show stops pretending Bart is just a mischievous kid and instead exaggerates traits that are already there. In The Shinning, we see him as a casual psychic, reading Willie's mind and treating it as a toy. In The Genesis Tub, his science fiction counterpart Lisa creates life, but Bart's instinct is to crush, torment, and ultimately nuke that tiny civilization. These episodes turn his everyday pranks, phone calls to Moe, sabotaging Skinner, provoking Homer's rage, into literal reality-warping cruelty, where the joke is no longer detention, but extinction. When examining segments where Bart's power becomes explicit, the pattern sharpens. The Devil and Homer Simpson centers on Homer, but Bart is disturbingly at home in the courtroom of hell, cheering on his father's damnation as if eternal torture is just another TV show. In Dial Z for Zombies, he unleashes the undead by reading Latin for a cheap thrill, then watches Springfield collapse into cannibalistic chaos. The evidence becomes clear. Whenever the writers remove real-world limits, Bart's first impulse is to press the red button and see what breaks. Most telling is how the show occasionally lets that power become absolute, and then quietly shows Bart recoiling from himself. The Bart Zone, the Twilight Zone parody, reimagines him as an omnipotent child who can twist reality with a thought, turning Homer into a jack-in-the-box and warping the entire family into terrified hostages. At first he revels in it, but the horror lands when even Bart seems unsettled by a world where no one can tell him no, as if the episode is staging his unspoken fear, that if his anger ever truly ran free, there would be nothing left of his family to come back to. This mirrors how, in canon, his darkest conflicts almost always orbit Homer. In Halloween form, that simmering resentment becomes open supernatural hostility, transforming Homer, killing him, resurrecting him wrong, or standing by as he's devoured. According to this theory, those gags are distorted reflections of a very real, very human rage at a neglectful, explosive father that Bart can never fully articulate in the normal continuity. Across decades of Treehouse entries, Bart is repeatedly cast as demon spawn, psychic weapon, or apocalyptic catalyst, and it starts to feel like the writers are stress-testing his soul. How far can they push his cruelty, his disregard for life, his willingness to hurt his own family, and before he stops being recognizable as Bart and turns into something else entirely? If these are just fantasies, the question becomes, whose fantasies are they? Are we watching Bart's own mind imagine what he could do with real power? Or the town's collective nightmare of the boy they secretly fear he already is? And what does it say about the real show that some of these Halloween versions feel more honest than anything that happens in daylight? Self-sabotage as survival. Why Bart keeps ruining his own chances. If those power fantasies show us what Bart could become with no limits, his next pattern is quieter and more chilling. What he does when the limits finally loosen. When examining Bart's history, we see a recurring rhythm where the universe, for once, opens a door for him, and he slams it shut himself. And we see it in Bart the Genius. where a testing mix-up sends him to a gifted school that actually engages his mind, gives him peers who respect him, and offers a version of reality where he isn't the class clown, but the prodigy. We see it again in Bart Gets an F, where he genuinely studies, begs for help, and comes within a single point of passing, only to undercut his own progress with last-minute distractions. Later episodes echo this pattern. Bart the Daredevil with Dr. Hibbert's concern, Bart the Murderer with Fat Tony's mentorship into crime instead of reform, and Barting over where a legal settlement could reset his life, yet he drifts straight back to the Simpsons' house. Most telling is how, in Bart the Genius, the decisive moment is not the cheating itself, but his confession. The new school terrifies him precisely because it threatens his identity. Teachers praise his intellect, classmates treat him as an equal. His consciousness is invited into a future where he is not the problem child but the promise. According to this theory, the anxiety of that possible self is worse than detention. By admitting the fraud, he chooses the timeline where nothing has to change, where it is impossible for anyone to expect more of him. This mirrors how, in Bart Gets an F, his near victory is framed. He proves he can learn under pressure, connects emotionally with the material, and earns sympathy from Mrs. Krabappel and even Skinner. Yet the episode ends not with a transformed student, but with Bart celebrating a barely passing grade, loudly reaffirming that this is as good as it gets, and the evidence becomes clear. Each brush with success is neutralized by a joke, a shrug, or a conscious return to mischief, as if the show itself is afraid to let the dream of a different Bart solidify. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how Homer and Skinner subtly assist this sabotage. Homer mocks Bart's efforts, assumes failure as the default, and only shows real enthusiasm when Bart's antics entertain him. Skinner, on the other hand, treats any competence as an aberration, immediately waiting for the trick. Together, they create a closed system where Bart's attempts at growth are met with disbelief, nervous laughter, or outright hostility, nudging him back into the bad kid role that keeps the family's fragile equilibrium intact. According to this theory, Bart's self-destruction functions like a trauma response. He knows how to be yelled at, grounded, or ignored. He does not know how to be supported without bracing for the inevitable collapse. So he collapses things first. He chooses predictable pain over the unknown, and the show plays it as comedy while hinting at something much darker. If every ruined opportunity is a fork in the road, then each one points toward those bleak future episodes where Bart is washed up, criminal, or permanently stunted. What if each time he sabotages himself, he is unconsciously selecting the version of reality where he never has to risk becoming someone new? And beneath that, a final horror. Even if Bart wanted sustained change, is he allowed to have it? Or is the narrative structure of The Simpsons itself conspiring to keep him frozen at the brink of growth, forever 9, forever failing? I'm forever trapped in the role the town wrote for him. The Springfield Conspiracy. Is Bart being kept broken on purpose? If the narrative structure of the show resists Bart's growth, then the next step is even more unsettling. What if Springfield itself needs him broken? In this video, we're going to be taking a look at a more conspiratorial reading, where the adults and institutions around Bart don't merely fail him by accident, but unconsciously collaborate to keep him exactly where he is, disruptive, manageable, and safely contained. When examining the systems that surround him, the school is the most obvious example. From the pilot onward, Bart is labeled not helped. Underachiever and proud of it becomes a diagnosis instead of a joke, yet as teachers and administrators treat his test scores and pranks as proof that he is defective rather than symptomatic. Skinner openly predicts a criminal future for him. The guidance counselor prescribes detention instead of support, and Krabappel, burnt out and chain-smoking at her desk, marks him as a problem to survive until summer vacation. This theory suggests that Springfield Elementary functions less as an educational space and more as a holding pen, where kids like Bart are processed, stamped, and quietly written off. The pattern extends beyond the classroom. The church shames him from the pulpit, turning his questions and doubts into morality plays about obedience, while the police either mock or ignore him, treating his petty crimes as entertainment until they can use him as bait or a scapegoat. Most telling is how, in episode after episode, any institutional contact Bart has ends with him more stigmatized than before, whether it's a courtroom that laughs at him, a Sunday school that terrifies him with hellfire, or a juvenile program that treats him as a future statistic. The evidence becomes clear. The town structures don't rehabilitate Bart. They confirm the role he has already been assigned. According to this theory, Springfield operates like a self-correcting system. Whenever Bart shows genuine growth, external forces intervene to reset him. He excels at French, only to return to the same classroom and the same expectations. He bonds with a good teacher, only for budget cuts or administrative decisions to remove that support. He finds mentorship with characters like Flanders or a caring relative, and corrupt authority, selfish adults, or simple negligence derail the progress, snapping him back to square one. This mirrors how a complex organism rejects anything that threatens its homeostasis. Within that organism, Skinner, Krabappel, and the other educators become gatekeepers. They are not cartoon villains. They are exhausted, traumatized adults who have long since given up on meaningful change. To them, Bart is easier to manage as a known quantity, a predictable troublemaker whose chaos can be timed between recess and dismissal. As long as he remains the bad kid, they never have to confront the deeper failures of the curriculum, the funding, or their own lives. Homer and Marge fit into this pattern as well, not as masterminds, but as casualties of their own unresolved damage. Homer's volatility and chronic escapism, Marge's anxiety and people-pleasing that create a home environment where Bart absorbs chaos and guilt that do not belong to him, then acts them out in public. They love him, yet they lack the tools to break the cycle, so their attempts at discipline or support often collapse back into yelling, bribery, or distraction. In this video, we watch a family whose consciousness has been shaped by generational harm trying to parent without ever having been properly parented themselves. From this perspective, Bart becomes the pressure valve for Springfield's dysfunction. He absorbs the town's frustration, ridicule, and fear, giving everyone a safe outlet. If Bart is the problem, then the nuclear plant, the pollution, the corruption, the poverty, and the collective malaise can remain unexamined. This theory suggests that Bart is a necessary sacrifice in Springfield's ecosystem, kept just functional enough to survive, but never enough to escape. What if the whole town needs Bart broken in order to preserve its fragile equilibrium? And if something finally shattered that system, what would be left of Bart afterward? Moments of grace. The rare times. Bart truly tries to be good. If the town needs Bart broken, then the rare moments when he tries to be whole become even more unsettling. Because every so often, the series lets his mask slip, and we see a version of Bart who is not a weapon, not a scapegoat, but a child reaching for goodness in a reality that will not hold it. When examining these episodes, what stands out is how quietly they arrive. In Lisa's Substitute, Bart watches Lisa emotionally abandon Homer, and instead of mocking her, he comforts his father, awkwardly telling him he's still needed, and it's a small scene. But in this theory, it functions like a glitch in Springfield's script. The designated problem child steps into a stabilizing role, offering emotional labor that should be flowing toward him, not from him. The evidence becomes clear that Bart can read the room, understand another person's pain, and choose not to make it worse. We see the same alternate Bart in Bart Sells His Soul, where his supposedly hilarious prank leaves him spiritually terrified. He spends the episode desperately trying to reclaim something intangible, not for a reward, but because he senses a hole in his own consciousness. He prays, bargains, and finally breaks down in tears. According to this theory, that breakdown is not just about a lost piece of paper. It is Bart briefly recognizing that there is a self worth protecting, a core that is not pure chaos. Other stories push him even further into genuine sacrifice. In Bart the Mother, he cares for the lizard eggs, takes responsibility when they hatch into invasive killers, and is willing to face punishment rather than abandon them. In Bart Gets an F, he begs for academic help, not to outsmart Skinner, but to stop disappointing everyone. Most telling is how these episodes sketch a protective, even heroic Bart, the one who jumps into danger for Lisa, or confesses when his lies spiral too far, hinting at a trajectory the series almost never allows him to stay on. This theory suggests these grace notes are not contradictions, but forbidden futures. They are flashes of who Bart might become in a healthier family system, in a town not poisoned by radiation, corruption, and denial. Yet, Springfield's response to good Bart is disturbingly inconsistent. Sometimes he's thanked, sometimes ignored, sometimes immediately shoved back into his old role by teachers, by Homer, by the very structure of the next episode's reset. Over time, that creates an eerie fragility. The continuity wipes clean, but for the audience, the emotional memory lingers, and each new act of cruelty sits beside the knowledge that he could have done better. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how that paradox deepens his internal conflict. Every moment of kindness proves he can choose differently, which only makes later failures feel like a slow-motion self-betrayal. What if his brightest moments are exactly what make his darkest ones unbearable? In the final stretch, he will have to ask whether these glimpses of goodness are enough to save Bart's story from being purely tragic, or whether they only underline how impossible escape from this dream of Springfield really is. The point of no return, identifying Bart's true breaking moment. Those flashes of goodness make a darker question unavoidable. At what point does Bart stop believing they matter? When examining his timeline as one continuous consciousness, the pattern that emerges is less about one huge tragedy and more about a slow, quiet surrender. We have already walked through the major fractures, selling his soul to Milhouse and wandering through an uncaring Springfield where doors literally will not open for him, shows us a child testing whether the universe has any moral structure at all. Martin's apparent death on the cliff turns that abstract question into physical horror, as Bart watches a classmate vanish into the void and then has to live with the possibility that his prank killed someone. Town-wide scapegoating episodes where Springfield unites to blame him for collective failures, train him to accept that he will always be the villain in everyone else's story. Then there are the sabotage futures and broken family bonds. Future timeline episodes repeatedly present Bart as washed up, alcoholic, or criminal, while Lisa and others move on without him, as if the show is sending him messages from his own doomed destiny. Moments where Homer calls him a failure, or where Marge openly wonders what went wrong, land differently once we stack them together. This theory suggests that these are not isolated jokes, are but cumulative blows to a child's belief that change is possible. According to this theory, the real breaking point is not the most dramatic scene, but the moment Bart internally accepts that the reset button is permanent. One candidate episode is the Martin incident, because it fuses prank, death, and institutional gaslighting. The adults choose to smooth it over, the class moves on, and Bart learns that even a possible killing will be folded back into the status quo. Another is a failed redemption arc, like when he briefly reforms for Lisa or Marge, only for the world to punish or ignore his effort, teaching him that being good does not rewrite his role. Most telling is how his behavior shifts after this era. His jokes become more fatalistic, less about chaos and more about resignation, as if he is narrating his own decline. He stops acting surprised at punishment, treating detention, strangling, and public shaming as predictable weather rather than consequences. He shows a colder willingness to hurt others emotionally, not because he expects to win, but because he no longer believes any action can change the script of his life. On a meta level, the longer the show runs, the more his eternal childhood starts to resemble a prison sentence. In this video, we are treating that creative decision as diegetic horror. A boy aware, on some buried level, that he will never graduate, never truly grow, never escape Homer's shadow. This mirrors how long-running sitcoms freeze characters in time. But here, the freeze becomes part of the nightmare. From this angle, the breaking point is the hinge between Bart the mischievous kid and Bart the doomed archetype, the moment he stops reaching for a different ending and simply performs the role assigned to him. Once you see that shift, the evidence becomes clear across seasons, and it raises a final, unsettling question. If Bart has already broken, then the mystery left is not how to save him, but what his endlessly looping story is trying to warn us about. That is where we are heading next. Threading the darkness, connecting Bart's worst moments. So in this video, once we've watched Bart break, we can start to see that we were never just hopping between disconnected, edgy episodes. We've actually been tracing a long, slow descent map, a kind of psychological topography that runs from simple prankster chaos all the way down into metaphysical horror, moral injury, and fractured futures that feel impossible to fully repair. When examining the early seasons, Bart looks harmless on the surface. He's the brat anagram brought to life, tormenting Skinner with constant defiance, prank-calling Moe until the bartender's consciousness seems to fray, and prodding Homer's temper because it gets a reaction when the rest of the family feels distant. Those episodes present it as comedy, but they quietly normalize a baseline of emotional violence, adults screaming, children laughing it off, and a town that treats humiliation as a running gag rather than a wound. According to this theory, that baseline is the foundation for everything that follows. Once we accept Bart as the kid who can hurt people for a laugh, it becomes easier for the show to escalate the stakes without feeling like it has changed genres. Selling his soul at the church, nearly killing Martin during a petty competition, burning down the future in alternate timelines, joining gangs, sabotaging Lisa's education and career prospects in multiple episodes. Each step moves us from harmless fun into territory where the damage is existential, where the joke has a body count, even if the series refuses to linger on it. Most telling is how the same triad keeps repeating. First, Bart acts out of boredom, resentment, or fear, often because Homer has failed him, the school has written him off, or the family's reality feels like a trap. Then someone else pays the price. Lisa loses a future. Martin loses safety, and the strangers lose homes or livelihoods. Finally, Bart is left alone with guilt, usually in a quiet bedroom scene or a single lingering shot, before the next episode resets the board. This theory suggests those resets do not erase the guilt. They just push it deeper, creating a hidden continuity of unresolved trauma. In that light, Bart's darkest moments stop looking random and start to function like pressure points in his life. They are the rare episodes where the class clown mask slips and we glimpse the scared, lonely child underneath, the one who dreams of hell or of a ruined adulthood where he has become a washed-up criminal echo of Homer. This mirrors how horror stories reveal the monster only in flashes, trusting the mind to connect the glimpses into something far worse. As we move into the closing sections, we'll be taking a look at how these moments, lined up in order, shape an entire identity. The evidence becomes clear that the show is quietly warning us about where Bart is headed, even as Springfield's looping reality keeps snapping him back to normal for the next episode. And if we follow that line all the way through, a disturbing long-term pattern emerges about who Bart is destined to become. That is the pattern we're going to unravel next. The pattern of harm, who Bart hurts, and why it matters. If those scattered moments point toward who Bart is becoming, the next step is to ask who pays the price along the way. When examining his worst behavior across the series, the evidence becomes clear that his targets fall into 4 repeating groups, like 4 psychological battlefields he keeps revisiting. Authority figures, and family members, peers, and expendable strangers. First, there are the adults who are supposed to be in control. Principal Skinner, Moe, teachers, cops, even celebrity guests all get pulled into Bart's war on authority. The prank calls to Moe feel childish at first, but they escalate into an ongoing ritual of public humiliation, where Moe is reduced to a punchline Bart can trigger at will. With Skinner, this theory suggests something even darker. Elaborate schemes designed not just to annoy, but to invert the power structure completely, from gluing him to his chair to orchestrating school-wide embarrassments that leave Skinner exposed and ridiculous in front of the entire student body. According to this theory, Skinner is less a man than a symbol. He represents the feeling of being small, graded, and judged, the institutional consciousness that tells Bart he is a failure. Each prank is a tiny coup against that impossible standard. When Bart fakes his own death in Bart the Fink, or frames Skinner in Sweet Seymour Skinner's Bardasser song, we're not just watching mischief. We're watching a child rehearse the fantasy of destroying the gaze that constantly measures him. The second battlefield is the family home. With Homer, Bart's pattern is to provoke, escalate, and then recoil. He presses Homer's buttons until the strangling starts, then flinches, testing the boundary between punishment and annihilation. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how that loop functions as an attachment test. Bart behaves worse and worse to see whether Homer's love survives the latest disaster, or whether affection vanishes the moment he stops behaving. This mirrors how neglected children in real-world psychology sometimes reenact chaos to confirm that instability is the only reliable constant. Lisa occupies a different category of harm. Bart sabotages her dioramas, ruins her science projects, and in future set episodes, he derails her political career, turning her adulthood into collateral damage. Most telling is how these attacks cluster around her moments of success or moral clarity. Lisa's achievements threaten to leave him behind, so he drags her back down, expressing jealousy, fear of abandonment, and a deep resentment toward her role as the family's moral compass. Peers form the third group. Milhouse is the loyal victim, the friend Bart can torment because he knows Milhouse will always come back. And Martin is the opposite, the perfect child Bart symbolically destroys. In The Boy Who Knew Too Much, and especially the field trip death, in The Boy Who Knew Too Much style scenarios, this rivalry tilts toward horror, as a prank tips into what looks like manslaughter before the reset. Everyone else, bystanders, institutions, the town itself, becomes the fourth, safest group. He floods Springfield with fake flyers, ruins careers, damages property, and in later seasons, his actions maim futures rather than just egos. What if the escalation from whoopee cushions to ruined lives tracks his growing awareness of consequence? He knows it hurts, and he does it anyway, then drowns in guilt in the quiet tag of the episode. In that sense, the pattern of who Bart hurts maps his deepest fears. Being controlled, being unloved, being second best, and finally, being invisible in a crowd of strangers. The next section follows that map into the one thing he can't prank away, the guilt that lingers after the credits roll. The weight he can't drop, Bart's hidden guilt continuity. If his targets trace his fears, then his reactions trace something heavier. According to this theory, the show's world snaps back to normal every week, but Bart's mind doesn't. The town forgets, continuity resets, the chalkboard is wiped clean. Yet somewhere behind his eyes, there is a running tally of every time a joke went too far. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at Bart, as if he carries an unbroken continuity of guilt, even inside a cartoon that pretends consequence is impossible. When examining long stretches of episodes in order, the evidence becomes clear. His worst stories do not vanish, they echo. They come back as nightmares, overreactions, and strangely mature moments that feel out of place for a boy who is supposedly unchanged since 1989. Bart sells his soul is the turning point where that guilt becomes metaphysical. He does not just feel bad about a single prank. Once he trades away his soul, he describes feeling empty. Food has no taste. Doors do not open for him. The world loses its weight. This theory suggests that what he's really experiencing is the first time he believes he has permanently damaged something inside himself, a fracture in his own consciousness that no quick apology can fix. That sense of invisible damage connects back to the boy who knew too much. Bart is the only witness who can exonerate Freddie Quimby, but speaking up means exposing his own truancy and facing Skinner's wrath. In court, he hesitates, sweating, literally seeing the cost of silence measured against another person's life. From this point on, according to this theory, Bart is never fully comfortable with what he knows and what he hides. Every secret feels like another step toward becoming the selfish adults he despises. The Martin Prince Cliff episode, The Good, the Sad, and the Drugly, functions as another buried weight. Bart dares Martin on the construction site, watches him vanish off the edge, and then participates in a cover-up with Milhouse. The show moves on, restores Martin with a joke. But that initial image, a classmate plummeting because Bart needed a thrill, sits in his subconscious like a stone. This mirrors how real trauma is quickly papered over socially, and while the person responsible replays it alone at night. Layered on top of that are the gang episodes, the arsonist futures, the speculative timelines where adult Bart is a burnout, a criminal, or a deadbeat father. Each one is framed as a gag or a what-if, yet when we treat the series as one long dream of possible outcomes, they become nodes in a network of self-loathing, visions of himself as dangerous, selfish, irredeemable. Most telling is how his rare, sincere apologies feel like pressure valves. When he sacrifices his own happiness for Lisa's, or confesses to ruining someone's life, there is a visible relief, a softness that lasts exactly one episode before the reset. What if those are not isolated events, but brief attempts to pay down a moral debt he knows he can never clear? What we also start to notice visual tells. Bart lying awake while the rest of the family sleeps. Nightmare sequences where his pranks spiral into horror. Sudden bursts of conscience where he overreacts to tiny mistakes, as if they've tapped into something much deeper. If we watch the show as a single continuous story, Bart stops looking like a carefree prankster and starts to resemble a child quietly drowning in things he cannot admit, even to himself. The next section follows what happens when that pressure finally wins, in the futures where his guilt is no longer hypothetical, but the entire shape of his life. The futures that got away, Bart's destiny in dark timelines. When that pressure finally wins, the show stops hinting and simply skips ahead to the verdict. The future and alternate timeline episodes function like a quiet sentencing hearing for Bart Simpson, where each version of his adult life is another exhibit entered into evidence. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at those futures as a single, continuous pattern, rather than isolated jokes. Across episodes like Bart to the Future, Holidays of Future Past, Days of Future Future, and even stray non-canon segments, we see the same silhouettes reappear. Bart as a washed-up musician coasting on one novelty hit, as a bitter divorcee haunting a shabby apartment, as a petty criminal drifting between scams, or as an aimless drifter sleeping in spaces that don't quite belong to him. Occasionally, the show offers a slightly redeemed version, a dad trying to be present, or a man holding down a marginal job, but the damage is never fully erased. According to this theory, these timelines are not disposable gags, but psychological projections. The series itself dreaming forward, asking what happens if Bart's worst traits and unresolved trauma are allowed to calcify. When examining them side by side, the recurring elements are striking. Underachievement is constant. He rarely finishes school, rarely keeps work, rarely completes anything he starts. Relationships are fractured or transactional, with ex-wives, neglected children, and friends who feel more like accomplices. Financial instability hangs over everything, from unpaid rent to borrowed money from Lisa. And most telling is how often the scripts imply that Bart emotionally peaked in childhood and never learned how to grow beyond it. And this mirrors how the present-day episodes frame his rivalry with Lisa. In the multiple futures, Bart lives in her shadow, literally camped out in her office, leaning on her political or academic success, or stewing in resentment at her stability. The evidence becomes clear that this sibling wound never properly heals. It just mutates into lifelong dependency or quiet hatred, reinforcing the idea that the underachiever joke was always a slow-burn tragedy. Adult Bart is usually charming but unreliable, weaponizing humor and nostalgia the way child Bart weaponizes pranks. A quick joke, a shared memory, a half-sincere apology. These become shields against responsibility and intimacy, defense mechanisms that keep partners, children, and even Lisa at just enough distance that he never has to fully change. The darkest versions go further, and criminal Bart, gang-affiliated Bart, apathetic Bart, who shrugs at violence or theft, feel like the endpoint of a self-fulfilling prophecy. If adults, teachers, and even Homer keep insisting you're bad, this theory suggests the child eventually agrees, not with words, but with his entire life. Future vision montages of him dodging cops, wrecking his body, or drifting through neon-lit ruins read like the logical extension of those early episodes where he brushes against crime, vandalism, and moral collapse. Seen this way, the future episodes are not outliers, but extrapolations of seeds we have already watched being planted, year after year. And the most unsettling detail is how few of these destinies end well. Almost all are tinged with failure, regret, and loneliness, setting up a disturbing question for the next section. Why does the series keep pulling Bart back from that edge in the present, only to push him toward it again every time it dares to imagine his future? Resetting the nightmare. How the show erases and preserves the damage. If those glimpses of Bart's future show us where he is heading, the next question becomes how the present keeps steering him back onto that track. This is where the classic sitcom reset stops feeling comforting and starts to resemble a quiet horror device built directly into the structure of the show itself. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at that reset as more than just a writing convenience. In a traditional sitcom, no matter how extreme one episode's events are, the next week, everything is back to normal. Relationships are restored, money problems vanish, injuries heal, and the characters behave as if nothing truly lasting has changed. It is a narrative spell that protects the status quo, keeping the family in a kind of suspended animation where growth is technically possible, but never fully allowed to stick. When examining The Simpsons through this lens, the effect becomes especially eerie once we focus on Bart. His worst actions and most traumatic experiences are routinely treated as disposable jokes, resolved just enough to move on, but never processed in a way that would alter him permanently. Bart nearly kills Martin in The Boy Who Knew Too Much, sells his soul to Milhouse in Bart Sells His Soul, joins gangs, causes serious injuries, and repeatedly ruins Lisa's achievements. Yet within an episode or two, he is back to being the lovable scamp, as if the moral stakes we just watched have evaporated. According to this theory, the reset does not actually erase the damage. It only pushes it off-screen into an implied inner continuity that we are not allowed to see. The evidence becomes clear when we look at how often Bart shows flickers of guilt, insight, or dread that seem too heavy for a child who supposedly forgets everything by next week. He remembers the terror of losing his soul, the shame of sabotaging Lisa, the fear when his pranks nearly cost someone their life. But the format of the series demands that he package those memories back into a catchphrase and a skateboard trick. This creates a subtle dissonance for the audience. We are asked to laugh with Bart, to side with his mischief against teachers, neighbors, and his own family, while some part of our mind is still holding on to the knowledge of what he has done in previous episodes. What if that unease is intentional? What if the show has quietly trained us to experience Bart the way Springfield does, as a source of chaos whose history of harm is always present, but never fully spoken aloud? Most telling is how the series occasionally breaks its own reset rule just enough to remind us that time is passing somewhere beneath the surface. There are callbacks to earlier pranks and misdeeds, background references to past episodes, and rare moments where Bart appears wiser, more haunted, or more protective of Lisa than his age and supposed forgetfulness should allow. This mirrors how real trauma works in the mind, not as a clean, linear memory, but as flashes that intrude when the present brushes against an old wound. And this theory suggests that the real horror is not that Bart is secretly evil, but that he is trapped inside this loop, doomed to repeat the same cycle of mischief, harm, guilt, and partial redemption without ever being permitted to grow up. As we move into the next sections, we will pull the camera back even further and ask what it means that we, as viewers, keep returning to this loop and rooting for a boy who might be quietly breaking under the weight of his own story. Why we still love him. The fragile humanity under the prankster mask. If Bart is trapped in that loop, then our reaction to him becomes its own piece of evidence. Because despite everything we have covered in this video, despite the cruelty, the sabotage, and the quiet psychological horror, Bart Simpson remains one of the most beloved characters on television, and which suggests that there is something fragile and recognizably human flickering under the prankster mask. When examining his worst seasons of chaos, what stands out just as sharply are the sudden, disarming acts of kindness. In Lisa's Substitute, Bart is the one who sees Lisa's devastation and, in his clumsy way, tries to comfort her, handing over the crumpled note that confirms she was loved by someone who understood her mind. In Lisa on Ice, he sacrifices his own chance at victory, deliberately missing the winning shot so his sister will not be humiliated. These are not accidents of writing. The evidence becomes clear that the same boy who can destroy her science project out of jealousy can also, in another episode, give up his own happiness to protect her sense of self. And this theory suggests that Bart's empathy extends even to the parents who fail him. In Bart the Mother, after the tragedy with the bird, we see him shielding Marge from further worry, downplaying his guilt so she will not spiral. In Fear of Flying and Homer's Phobia, he senses the family's emotional fractures and, for once, chooses not to escalate. Most telling is how, in episodes where Homer is publicly shamed or broken, Bart will abruptly switch from mockery to defense, insulting the bullies or redirecting attention, as if he understands on some buried level that his father's consciousness is already under siege. His loyalty is another crack in the cartoon villain facade. Bart constantly exploits Milhouse, yet he also defends him from worse predators, stands by him during humiliations, and in future episodes is still, somehow, and his friend when no one else is. With Maggie, we get those rare, quiet beats, Bart reading to her, rescuing her from danger, or admitting he loves her in a voice that drops the usual bravado. According to this theory, those moments where he whispers that he loves his family, or where he openly cries when he thinks Homer is dead, are not contradictions but confirmations that he is capable of deep attachment. In this video, we have treated these good moments as proof that Bart is not a pure agent of chaos, but a damaged child who occasionally chooses the right thing even when it hurts. That is precisely what makes his darkest acts so disturbing. They show he knows better, that he feels the impact, that he cannot fully hide behind ignorance or a cartoon reset button. His humor, his bravado, his endless pranks start to look less like fun and more like survival tools, ways to cope with feeling unwanted, misunderstood, and destined to disappoint. Our ongoing affection for Bart becomes a kind of hope, a quiet belief that given enough loops, he might finally break the cycle. In the next section, we will ask what it reveals about us that we keep watching, keep laughing, and keep waiting for a boy like that to be saved by a world built to keep him exactly as he is. The mirror in the cartoon, what Bart's darkness says about us. If Bart is trapped in that loop, then he is not just a character we watch. He is a reflection we keep returning to. In this video, we are not only cataloguing his worst moments, we are, in a quieter way, asking why a figure like Bart became a global phenomenon in the first place. According to this theory, it was never just the catchphrases or the skateboard. Bart arrived at the end of the 1980s as a distilled adult fear that modern kids were growing up angry, unsupervised, and emotionally neglected, raised by television and stress instead of present parents, drifting through childhood without a stable moral compass. The Brat anagram in his name is almost too on the nose, because it encodes the anxiety that this is not mischief with boundaries, but a kind of free-floating rage we have lost the tools to contain. When examining Bart's darkest episodes, the exaggeration starts to look uncomfortably familiar. The school that labels him a future criminal, the teachers who give up, the constant low-level violence of the playground and the town, all echo real-world fears about youth crime and kids who snap in environments filled with humiliation and access to weapons. The series never directly depicts a school shooting, yet the constant presence of guns in Springfield, the ease with which Bart handles them in various episode gags, and the way his anger is played for laughs form a composite that feels like a cartoon mask over very real headlines. Most telling is how Homer and Marge orbit this. Homer's strangling, the forgetfulness, the way he uses Bart as a punching bag for his own failures, and Marge's exhaustion and denial all track with a broader cultural terror. That adults are too distracted, too selfish, or simply too overwhelmed to notice when a child's mind has wandered into real danger. This mirrors how, in reality, we often talk about bad kids before we talk about broken homes, overworked parents, or systems that were never designed to catch anyone falling. The show then uses Bart to quietly test what we are willing to laugh at. Cruelty to authority when he destroys Skinner's reputation. Cruelty to family when he ruins Lisa's achievements out of jealousy. Cruelty to friends when Milhouse becomes collateral damage in yet another prank. Even life or death stakes, like the episodes where his recklessness nearly kills people, are wrapped in a joke, a musical sting, a quick reset that lets the audience slide past the horror without fully naming it. This theory suggests that our endless forgiveness of Bart, week after week, is not just narrative convenience. It is a rehearsal. We excuse or ignore systemic problems, overcrowded schools, our collapsing families, environmental damage affecting children's brains, as long as they arrive coated in humor, nostalgia, or the comforting rhythm of a familiar opening theme. The evidence becomes clear in the non-canon futures and Halloween specials, which function almost like cultural nightmares. Glimpses of Bart as a washed-up criminal, a failed adult, a permanently stunted consciousness in a world that never fixed what broke him. In those timelines, nothing really changes, and that is the point. Bart's mix of charm, damage, and largely unpunished harm crystallizes a larger archetype. The lovable screw-up we root for precisely because admitting the trail of wreckage behind him would force us to question our own complicity. What does it say about us that we keep laughing, cringing, and then resetting with him? In the next section, we will turn that question outward, asking what it means to live in a culture that treats real Bart-like pain as background noise, and what it would cost to finally stop treating that as just part of the joke. Gathering the evidence. Bart's darkest moments in one long shadow. So if our laughter has been part of the machinery, we now have to look back at what that machinery has actually done to Bart. When examining his story as one continuous line, instead of scattered gags, the evidence becomes clear. This is not just a naughty kid. This is a long, slow descent. We start with the early chaos era, where his identity as Brat is almost comforting in its simplicity. He prank calls Moe, torments Skinner, pushes Homer's temper until strangling becomes a running joke. On the surface, these episodes frame it as harmless mischief, the kind of cartoon anarchy that defined early 90s animation. But even here, this theory suggests a pattern. The targets are authority figures, adults who have already failed him, and his cruelty is treated as the only language he has to push back against a world that will not listen. As the seasons progress, the tone darkens. Bart stops just embarrassing people and starts ruining lives. He destroys Lisa's school project out of jealousy, derails her achievements, indirectly causes injuries and public humiliations that the show plays for laughs, while quietly leaving him with the memory. In this video, we have been tracing how his pranks escalate into tragedies, and how he often responds with denial, a joke, or a shrug, with only rare, fleeting episodes of genuine remorse that never quite stick. And most telling is how the family absorbs the damage. Homer's violence becomes normalized background noise. Marge's disappointment turns into a kind of resigned sadness, and Lisa's hurt hardens into cynicism. According to this theory, Bart's resentment, fear, and boredom are not random. They are the emotional exhaust of a child trapped in a household and a town that treat his suffering as entertainment and his worst impulses as a brand. Then we hit the metaphysical edge. Reality bends, time resets, impossible futures appear and vanish. Bart meets older versions of himself who are washed up, criminal, or spiritually broken, drifting through underachievement and failed relationships. These timelines function like intrusive thoughts made into full episodes, and nightmare glimpses of where this trajectory leads if the loop never breaks and no one truly intervenes. The reset button, which once kept things light, starts to look like a curse. Each episode wipes the slate clean, but not in the way healing does. It erases growth while preserving habit. This mirrors how an untreated wound scabs over without ever closing, forcing Bart to reenact the same patterns of harm and guilt without lasting consequence or genuine repair. And yet, there are counterweights. Moments where he protects Lisa, sacrifices his own happiness, or reaches for Homer with real love, show us a different possible consciousness. A version of Bart who could have grown in a healthier world. In those rare episodes, the dream of redemption feels almost within reach. Taken together, and all of these threads form one long shadow. The story of a boy who might have been ordinary, but who became a symbol of what happens when pain is commodified and looped forever. In the final section, we are going to ask what we do with that shadow. Do we keep remembering Bart as a harmless prankster? Or do we accept that we were trained not to see his tragedy and decide at last to look directly at it? One last look at the boy on the skateboard. So we end where we began, with a boy on a skateboard, rolling through a town that pretends nothing is wrong. The sun has dropped behind the jagged silhouettes of the power plant. The sky over Springfield is that strange, bruised purple it always seems to be. And Bart drifts past the Quickie Mart, past the school, past Moe's, like this is just another harmless evening in a harmless cartoon. But after spending this time together, in this video, the route looks different. Every street corner he passes has been a crime scene. Every punchline he skates through has doubled as a record of impact, of who got hurt so that the joke could land. When examining those early seasons, the prank calls to Moe or the torment of Skinner read less like goofy mischief and more like a case file. Escalation, desensitization, and a town that laughs instead of intervening. This theory suggests that Bart is not only a mischievous kid. He is a container for our fears about what childhood absorbs and what it never really releases. He is the fantasy that damage does not last, that a slapstick fall, a shouted insult, a failed test, a parent's rage can all be wiped clean by the next commercial break. Most telling is how the series keeps reassuring us that he is fine, that the family is fine, even as the evidence becomes clear that his consciousness is carrying more than any 10-year-old should have to hold. So the next time you re-watch an episode, we invite you to look again. Watch the beat after the joke, when Bart's eyes linger a fraction too long, or his smile fades a frame earlier than it needs to. Notice the futures where he grows into a petty criminal, a washed-up drifter, a man who looks and sounds uncomfortably close to Homer. Ask yourself what he remembers, what he forgets, and what he buries each time those opening credits roll, and he writes another sentence on the chalkboard, performing his own erasure line by line. According to this theory, the darkest element is not the firework he aims at someone's face or the life he derails for a laugh. It is how quickly we forgive him, how easily we chuckle, move on, and accept the reset, because this mirrors how we treat real children who act out from pain we refuse to name. What if the real horror is not what Bart does, but how skillfully the show trains us to let him off the hook? If this changed how you see him, you can let us know. Tell us in the comments which Bart moment disturbed you the most, or which episode you cannot watch the same way anymore after hearing this theory. If you want to keep following this darker map of Springfield, you can subscribe, like, or just leave this playing while you fall asleep. There are equally unsettling deep dives on Lisa, on Homer, and on the other residents whose smiles do not quite match their realities. Bart is only one fragment of a much larger looping dream we are going to be taking a look at in future videos. For now, thank you for staying awake, or drifting off, to 2 hours of Simpsons lore. The town will reset in the morning. The skateboard will roll again. And next time you hear Bart laugh, just remember what he's trying to forget.